Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. I am your host, Cooley. Tonight is debate night. I will be debating Oliver. We'll be bringing him up shortly. But first, let's go ahead and run this little intro for you guys.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Welcome to No Fugazi, Oliver. Go ahead and state your name, where you're from, introduce yourself to my audience.
Sure, yeah. My name is Oliver. I'm from Wisconsin. I'm 22 years old.
Cool. And okay, so what you guys can expect tonight's debate is about, is feminism good for society? So that's going to be the first topic that we'll run. Then the next topic is going to be, is men leading relationships and the nation what's best for society? We're going to do 4-minute openings and 4-minute closings. And I'll go ahead and let Oliver go first.
Sure, I appreciate it. So thank you very much, Cooley, and everyone at this podcast for having me on and getting to have what hopefully will be a productive conversation tonight. So specifically regarding feminism and whether it's good for society, I'm going to argue that it is good for society on a few different bases. So if we're talking specifically about goods, what should we define as things being good? I would say that there's various things that I think most people will agree are good. So for example, one of those things would be stronger families. Many people believe, of course, that stronger families are a good thing that we should value. And feminism is something that contributes to that through shared responsibilities and shared parenting. It leads to better outcomes when both parents are involved in the kids' lives and it is not relegated to one individual. Healthier families as well. Things like reproductive autonomy that feminists advocate for leads to healthier pregnancies, healthier children, lower infant mortality rates, lower maternal mortality rates. These are all things that are goods and positives for feminism. Things like paid parental leave are things that are benefits when parents have time off from work and they're able to spend time with their children in the most formative months. It's very beneficial in that way. There's also many economic benefits. So dual income households, when both individuals are working within that household, they're more protected against economic downturns and poverty, just in general, if there are multiple people who are able to contribute in that capacity. Many feminist initiatives that advocated in favor of high quality education led to much more returns in terms of the money that we get back. So for example, with every dollar that we invest in high quality education, as many feminists have advocated for, we get up to $16 in return. This comes from Nobel Prize winning economist James Heckman. And there are many other benefits to this. So for example, daughters of working mothers end up earning more money and the sons end up spending more time with their children. So there's many, many benefits to this. This is kind of just going to be a contrast of worldviews. I'm going to advocate for a worldview that embraces autonomy, that embraces people's ability to live their lives as they see fit. And I think that is a world that leads to better outcomes for everyone and that we don't prescribe onto everyone's specific lifestyle. Some people may choose a more traditional lifestyle that is good for them, but it's not necessarily good for everyone because everyone is so diverse and people are not a monolith. So I guess I'll end my opening statement with that, and I look forward to our conversation.
Cool. Thank you, man. Also, everyone that's tuning in right now, if you have any questions for myself or for Oliver, go ahead and send in a super chat. All super chats, no matter what you donate in, will be read and it will come up on the screen as well. So I'll get to the super chats in certain, moments where, it's a little downtime or we come to a conclusion on something. Whenever there's some time to get to them, I'll get to them. That's what I'm saying. But support the channel and send in your super chats. All right, so feminism fights for equality, but relies on inequality. They want men and women to be equal, but men are the ones that enforce and uphold rights. But women cannot collectively do the same for men. They would have to use men in order to get the job done, which means it's not equal because men have the monopoly on enforcing rights. Feminism pushes to do away with the patriarchy because they view it as men are the oppressor and women are the oppressed. But at the same time, they ask and demand that the patriarchy enforces their rights. This is the dumbest thing ever. It's like if Black people back in the day demanded the KKK to help build up their communities, while in reality, they were burning it down and lynching Black people by the number. Just the simple fact that feminism can ask And in reality, they got most of their demands met, shows that the patriarchy is necessary and benevolent. This just shows that if women are really being oppressed by men, they don't have the ability to act, they wouldn't have the ability to ask or even think about demanding anything. Feminism original goal was to get rid of the idea that women were sex objects. But currently they promote sexual liberation. Promiscuity rates has increased. Women are in more debt than they ever been in before. Divorce rates from women has increased. 70-80% of women initiate divorces. Well, married women initiate divorces. They abort 1 million babies per year. The nuclear family is destroyed. Women enter the workforce in mass numbers over the past 6 decades. And oops, not all of a sudden, they are on the most antidepressive medications than they were before. Feminism is like a gold digger woman. She's never satisfied or appreciative. She always wants more. There's nothing genuine or reciprocal on her end. She just keeps asking for more, and she whines and complains when she doesn't get what she wants. Just heartless and ungrateful. Actually, let's peel back the layer even further. Peel back the layer even further. Eve from the Bible was the first feminist. I said it, Cooley, I said it. Cooley is the first one to say it. Eve was the first feminist. Think about it. God gave her a perfect life. She never felt pain. She never felt any sadness. It was just happy and joy. And literally anything that she could think of or imagine came true. And then a serpent came up and was like, hey, Eve, you could be just like God. And she was like, wait, life can be even better? And she went and bit the apple. This concludes my opening. Let's get down to the debate. I'll go ahead and ask you a question because you said something there. Since you went first, I guess I'll ask the first question. That's fine with you?
Sure. Sounds good.
Cool. So you said that, you're about live your life as you see fit. That's a very open-ended thing, right? Live your life. You are promoting people to live their life as they see fit. You would say you said kind of because there's limitations on how you want people to live their life, how you see fit, correct?
Well, of course. I mean, I'm not saying there should be like government intervention telling people they have to live their lives a certain way. I think there can be generally better or worse ways to live your life. But I think that what I'm basically pushing back against is this idea that we can prescribe for everyone that there is one correct way to live your life, or that you must exist in a heteronormative nuclear family type relationship. That's kind of what I'm pushing back against. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying that's bad for everyone or in any sense, but it's just not best for everyone. We should give people more freedom to live the lives as they see fit.
Okay, but this has limits. Like you wouldn't be, some people have attractions to kids. Some people have attractions to animals and horses and stuff like that. Where do you have a limitation?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I have common sense limitations on that you shouldn't have sex with children or animals. Yes, I'm not committed to those positions.
Okay, so he said he has common sense. And what about men having sex with men?
That's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with homosexuality.
The promotion of that.
I think we should. It depends what you mean by promotion. The idea that it is a lifestyle that people should be able to live with and should not be looked down upon. Then yeah, then I'm fine with that.
Well, okay,
I think it's neutral. I think it's neutral. I don't think it's good or bad.
Got it. So you don't think that homosexuality is good or bad, but the part that you think is bad is other people shaming homosexuality. So you're against the shaming aspect of it?
Sure, yeah, because I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Okay. Are you against the shaming because you don't think anything is wrong with it? So
Correct.
Then you are, so say if there are people that have, they do bestiality, you are for the shaming aspect of shaming bestiality.
Sure, because that's not sexual activity between two consenting adults. It's with animals. Animals can't consent.
So yeah. What I'm just want to paint a picture here. There's some things that you are okay with shaming, but then there's other things that you're not okay with shaming.
Well,
Correct?
shaming is a different word. I would just say not permitting. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if someone has these tendencies, that's not good, and we should not promote that. But, they should, be able to seek like medical treatment if it's some disorder in the brain or something like that. So I take issue with the word shaming. We shouldn't promote that. We should say, no, absolutely, those things are bad. But I
Is
guess
there anything that we should shame? So we shouldn't shame people having sex with horses?
well, I think it depends what's most effective to get the behavior to stop. You know what I mean? Like, I
Shaming.
don't like.
Shame.
I'm not.
Very
P- p-
effective tactic to get people to wake up, because what shame does, it holds a mirror in front of you. Like some people, they know what they're doing is wrong, and then there's other people, they just do dumb stuff and they don't really know what they're doing is wrong. They're just hedonistic. They're just following their own pleasures and their own, their hedonisms. So
Sure.
with that being said, when you shame someone, you say, you hold the mirror in front of them like, hey, what you are doing is wrong, it's disgusting, it's unnatural, it's bad. It's not good for you, for the animal, so forth and so forth. That wouldn't be a good thing
I
to get
don't. Fine. I get. Sure, we can. If you want to do that, you can. I'm not seeing the connection. Can you please draw the connection
Sure,
closer
I'll draw
to
the
me
connection.
between homosexuality or however? I guess we're talking about feminism, right? So we should probably loop it back to that.
Yeah,
but
well, it all looping. It all looping. So
okay.
what I'm saying here, once again, you said that you are for. I'm going off of what you said. I'm just not anything that I'm bringing up. I'm just bringing up some extreme examples to see where you fall at, right? So you said that you are for people to live their life as they see fit.
Sure, if it
So
doesn't harm other people, yeah. If
if it
it's
doesn't
between two
harm
consenting
other
adults, then
people,
yeah,
animals are not people.
correct.
Okay,
Yeah, it
so
doesn't. Wait a second. You're
what
assuming
you
just
just
because I
you
said
just
no, no, no.
said.
No, this is because
Go
you're
ahead.
assuming
It's
that
fine.
someone
Go
has
ahead.
to be you're assuming that like I'm saying that just someone has to be a person in order to have interests or in order to not be harmed. Just because animals aren't people doesn't mean that you can abuse them. Like
I
I'm
didn't
not seeing the
insinuate. I'm going
connection.
off of what you said.
Well, sure, I think people should be able to live their lives as they see fit, but of course, I didn't really exactly say that. I said that, if there's no harm involved, if you're not hurting anyone, in the case of homosexuality, if it's activity between two consenting adults, that's fine. Now, if there's an animal involved, then yes, that is a party that is not consenting, that can be harmed, and yes, you should not do that. The same way you should not have sex with children because children cannot consent. So this is
Got it.
I don't see the point
Okay.
that you're kind of trying to make here. Sorry.
Well, no. The point is very simple. I'll repeat it again, and then I'll connect it for you. You said you are for people to live their life as they see fit. You just said that. Well, you have some limitations. Your
Course.
limitations is what you perceive to be good and what you perceive to be not good. Then you said that. I said, well, some things that's not good. Are you okay with shaming those things? You said, well, I'm not really for shaming. Then I pointed out, well, how shame can be effective. It can be effective to hold up that mirror to people to get them to change their behaviors. So now we're speaking about shame, right?
Well, it
So
can be effective, not always though.
it can
Sometimes
be.
there are more effective ways to get people to change their behavior than to shame them. Public shaming might just
Well,
make
yeah,
someone
force.
someone just completely shut down and be not receptive to the information.
There's
Sometimes it's the most
there's many
effective way.
ways.
Yeah, so that's
There's many
all the
ways.
point I'm making is I think just shame as the primary thing isn't always effective in the situation. That was the point I was making.
Okay, cool. So are you okay with, so what about the sexual liberation aspect when it comes to feminism, where they are for women being sexually liberated and OnlyFans and things like that, like pushing forth this degenerate behavior?
Well,
Do you believe
hold
that
on.
to be a good or a bad?
First off, I kind of think it's neutral because I think that women should be able to do that if they choose to. However, what I do think is the case is I think especially things like OnlyFans, people are pushed into those fields to make money because they can't make money in other ways, or our economic system does not allow people to pursue fields that they want and have those be profitable, so they turn to those fields. So if people want to enter fields like OnlyFans, fields like that, I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with it, or women having sexual liberation, being able to make decisions about their bodies and who they sleep with. Yeah, that's
Okay,
that's
so
fine.
that you don't view that as being a net negative for women as far as that being bad for them.
I think it comes down to the individual. So I think for some women, it is bad for them. Some women, that hookup culture is not for them. They don't like that. They place more of a significance on sex, and they think it should be in the confines of a relationship. And for them, that's great. And some women enjoy. Same with men. Some men enjoy, sleeping around, and they don't view it in that same way. And I think that's fine for those people. So I don't think there's a general prescription of that everyone should do this or everyone should do that. There's always gray area. And
Yeah,
there's
but
always things people should do.
I get what you're saying, but we're speaking on a societal level. You would agree that before a nation starts, a relationship starts, right? You would agree to that.
Sure, I guess.
Yeah.
It depends. Before a nation starts,
Before a nation starts, like before we can, be on a societal level, we got to mate with one another. We have to have good relationships with one another. If the relationships between men and women aren't good, then we would say that the nation between men and women wouldn't be good.
It could, yeah, I would agree with you. People become before a nation. Fine. People come before a nation.
People become before a nation, right? So if you are for the destruction of, like, you're for the promotion of promiscuity, which sexual liberation is promiscuity. Do you agree with making this face?
I think, because I think for men and women, they should be able to express their sexuality as they choose. I don't think that so I'm promotion. You're making it seem like I am actively telling people this is a good lifestyle.
Not you. We're not speaking about.
I'm not about me, but I'm saying that I don't think
feminism as the movement.
Sure, and and maybe this is a difference between you and me. Feminism, as I see it, is not exactly promoting these types of things as this is good. You should go sleep around and have as much sex as possible. It's saying that if you choose to do that, or if you choose to have more sexual partners, that should not be looked down upon as inherently more wrong than someone who chooses to just do that within the confines of a monogamous relationship. There are different types of lifestyles.
Stop it there. So, but you would say that, okay, so here's what I'm trying to say to you, right? You believe that in order for before a nation starts, a relationship starts. So if we want a good nation, right? And you said that feminism is good for society. So
correct.
If feminism is good for society, the prior to that, the relationships must be good for society. Correct?
Yeah, relationships are important. Yeah.
Relationships are important. What I'm saying is, if you are not against sexual liberation and women being more promiscuous, how can that be good for a relationship and a family? Like, how is men sleeping around with a whole lot of women and women sleeping around with a whole lot of men? How is that a net positive for society when it gets to the societal level, we need to build healthy, good relationships? And that would be with, a virtuous woman that has good morals, a virtuous man that embodies good morals, and then they get together and they start a family and they're not out cheating on one another or has a very battered past. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, how can you get from one thing that's bad? Promiscuity is bad. You would say that.
No, I would not say it's bad. No, I don't think it's inherently bad.
Okay,
no.
So in your worldview, you just think that promiscuity is, hey, everyone live and let live, do what you want.
I think it is not. You can't make general societal prescriptions on what's best for everyone. Like I said before, some people are not happy within just monogamous relationships and enjoy having multiple partners, whether that be through an open relationship or that is through a polyamorous relationship. That's not the case for me, but I know that's the case for other people. So I don't think forcing them into these monogamous relationships where they are inherently unhappy
no one's saying about force. No one's saying force. Yeah, I'm not saying forcing someone into a good relationship. Propaganda, influence. Influence creates thinking creates behavior. So you would say just the influence. Like, if something would, be better for society than something else, then you would want to say the thing that is better for society than saying the thing that's not as good for society.
Fine. But
right?
Can I ask you then to elaborate on why is first, can you define how you're using promiscuity, and also why that is inherently bad for society? What is
so promiscuity, when we're speaking about sexual liberation, and promiscuity is women sleeping around with a lot of men.
Same way the other way around?
Same way, yes. Promiscuity it's on both ends. So so with that being said, All right. So now can you answer my question? My question is, if like there is one thing that is better than the other, right? You would have to say that a society where there's less promiscuity versus a society where there's more promiscuity, the society where there's less promiscuity will be better.
Are we saying all else equal, or are we like all else equal, everything else equal, or not?
Everything else equal.
I'm just not sure. I don't exactly know. I would be inclined to say no, because I don't think it's inherently bad for people to have more sexual partners. It really depends on the person, and it depends on how people want to live their lives. I think there can be like, I mean, if we're talking about like downstream effects of like more sexually transmitted diseases and things like that, I think those can largely be managed through medical treatment and types of education to ensure that people are using proper contraception. So no, I guess I would still reject that claim that it's like inherently worse if a society is more promiscuous. It depends on the individuals. I don't think anyone should feel pressured to have more sexual partners. So I don't think we should be telling people if, oh my God, you're still a virgin, you're waiting for marriage. How dare you do that? But we also, in the opposite direction, shouldn't tell people if they decide that they want to have more sexual partners because that's something that fits more with their lifestyle and how they like to live, that they should not be able to do that. So I think,
are you aware that that's what feminism promotes, though?
I would disagree that I would disagree in the claim that it does promote that.
I can demonstrate it. So what feminism did is they, incentivized the woman to go out there and chase a career. One, get an education, chase a career. And what this does is it pushes off the time where a woman would be out, finding a man at a certain age and getting into a serious relationship and having a family. So they push off family and children. And what happens is, if you're pushing off family and children, and if a woman is out there in a workforce chasing her bag, she's just racking up more sexual partners because she's like, well, why do I need a man now where I'm going to focus more on my career rather than a family? You get what I mean? So the woman is focusing on a career rather than a family and children. We all are human beings. We all have needs. So if this woman is focused on her career, she's definitely having sexual partners.
Fine, it's possible if that's the case. I guess
okay.
what I would push
so
back
that's more promiscuity.
Sure, but I don't think the reason people aren't having children is because they have careers. I think the primary reason why women aren't having children, and especially even men aren't having children, is because it's becoming less economically
You're moving the goalposts. We're speaking about promiscuity.
But what you're attributing to promiscuity, I'm saying, is not attributable to promiscuity.
No, I'm attributing wrong. I'm attributing the woman entering the workforce. That's why she's not having kids. But I don't what I'm saying.
I don't think that's the case, though.
Okay, so if feminism promotes, go ahead and chase your career, get the bag, girl. Don't get an education and chase your career. Yeah. Don't worry about a relationship now. You can have a relationship in your 30s, right?
But who's saying that?
Women...
Hold on, who's saying that?
This is what feminism promotes. So, what are you talking about? Who's saying it? The entire agenda of feminism is to chase your career.
I would push back against that. I don't think that's the case. What feminism advocates is not that women ought to necessarily prioritize their career over having a family. It's that women should not be expected to prioritize their family over their career. So if women want to choose to be a stay-at-home mother or choose to prioritize having children, that's fine. But they should not be societally expected to do so. That's what the claim is.
If you don't give any direction, it creates chaos. You understand that, right? If you don't give any direction to people are going to choose to do things choose their own vices, right? So, and that's in your worldview, you're all about that because you want people to live their life as they see fit. What I'm saying is this, though. You are saying that feminism, they're saying that, well, women shouldn't be expected to go out there and chase a career. They just want them to have the choice, meaning that you can have the career or you can have a family, but you shouldn't be expected to do either or. I have that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, got it. Cool. Mm-hmm. My point, my rebuttal to that is, well, if you don't give any direction to people, people are going to chaos is going to happen without any direction.
I
Do
don't
you
think that's the
believe that to
case.
happen? You
No,
don't think that's the case?
I don't think that's the case because I think there are a lot of factors that are pushing people in different directions. What I'm saying is I don't think there should be one overwhelming force that's telling women they have to have a career or they have to have children. Women, just like men, are individuals who grow up in situations where they might be more influenced to have
Got
children or
it.
might be more
That
influenced to
makes
have
sense. And
careers
that's
because of
because you
others.
think that, okay, now I get your mindset is because you think that, well, it's a good thing. Just women having the choice to go ahead and make, just the fact that women have the choice, it's a good thing because I don't view sexual liberation as a bad thing. I don't really view promiscuity as a bad thing. You don't view these certain things that they choose as bad. So therefore, you deem it as, oh, yeah, that's fine.
Well, yeah, I don't view those as inherently bad things. So yeah,
Okay,
I think they can
cool.
be
So let
bad
me
with
ask you,
compared with certain
let me
things,
just
but I don't
ask you
think
a
it's necessarily
question.
bad. Mhm.
Would you want a woman, if you were dating, right? Would you want a woman that slept with 50 guys or, maybe just two?
Um, I don't really place that much emphasis on body count. I think there's a lot of other factors that would go into it. So I can't make a reduction of an abstract woman who doesn't exist and make a claim about that. I don't.
All
It would
things
depend on the
equal.
woman. I
All things equal.
I wouldn't say that I would have a direct preference. It would depend on the lifestyle choices as well. So, for example, would there be things? Because when you say all else equal, would you say they would like have like equal interest in career choices or equal interest in everything
What I'm
else?
saying is this. She looks, the both women, so girl A, girl B.
Yeah.
The women are equal. They're
Yeah.
basically copy and paste. They
Okay.
treat you good, everything's
Okay.
good. The only thing that's different is one has a 50 body count, one has a 2 body count, right?
Sure. Okay.
Which
Fine.
woman which
No,
woman
no, no,
are you
no,
going to
no,
choose?
no, no STDs at all. Nothing.
Nah,
Nothing
man,
like that.
they clean.
Okay. Okay. No. Yeah. Equal. I don't care.
No,
I don't
no,
put emphasis on that.
no, it's totally fine. You're not answering my hypothetical. I'm asking you, which woman would you choose?
It doesn't matter to me. I wouldn't choose one over the other. You're asking me to choose between A and B, and I'm saying that A and B are equal. It doesn't
Okay,
matter to me.
so you really think that A and B is equal? When one had 2 penises and one had 50 penises,
Yeah.
how can that be equal?
Yeah, I don't because I don't think it matters. Like I don't know. It okay, cool. Someone shook the hands of 50 guys versus 2 guys. I don't care. It doesn't
You
it's not
said you
relevant to
shook.
me.
Yeah, that was a poor analogy. He says shook the
I don't
hands of
think
2
it's
guys. Okay, man. Yeah, so
I'm not going to put
I
that much
think you're
emphasis in this
being
stuff.
disingenuous, man. So you're really
No.
telling make a how can you just answer the question though?
You're asking me to make a question between
The
things that
reason, and
I'm not viewing
it's a
as
reason. It's a
relevant.
reason to it because you don't think that promiscuity is a bad thing, right?
Correct.
You don't think that it's a bad thing. So
Mhm.
I'm asking you this hypothetical to see if you're consistent and you make a choice, bro. You
Well,
choosing a girl with 50 bodies or 2 bodies? Make the
I'm sa
choice. Let's see if
fu
you're logically consistent.
sure,
If
because
you
I'm
were
saying no,
logically
no, no.
consistent, you would say that you'll choose the woman with
I
50
nope.
bodies.
Would I be willing to? Yes, absolutely. But you're saying all else equal, then it doesn't matter because it's a neutral trait because it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So
So
you're saying one has blue eyes and one has green eyes. That's what you're saying it because 2
okay, so
bodies
you
versus
think
50
that
bodies.
got it. So you truly think that a woman sleeping with 50 men and all else is equal versus a woman sleeping with 2 men, that's like having blue eyes and green eyes.
If
Do
all
you
else is equal, yes, but I think often all else is not equal. That's the thing. I think very often there are things that are associated with people who decide to sleep around, such as
Okay,
sexually
now we're getting
transmitted
somewhere.
diseases. Such as
What
sexually
else?
transmitted diseases. I was saying specifically that if people choose
What
to have
else?
that type of lifestyle, they may not be prioritizing the same career path that I am, not necessarily. And that's something that's important for me. So if you're saying all else is equal, then fine, all else is equal. But if all
What
else
about
isn't
the
equal, like it
ability to
is,
peer bond? What about the you need the having the trust in her that this woman is going to be faithful to you? What about the character
hold
that
on. Hold on. How does faith in like whether someone's going to be
I'll let you
faithful to
go.
you?
Go ahead.
Yeah, how does whether or not someone's
Sure.
going to be faithful to you is dependent on people they've slept with before? That is are you saying that they've cheated on people in the past or merely they've not been in established relationships and just decided to be with a lot of individuals.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is a woman that has a checkered past and she slept with many men versus a woman that didn't sleep with many men, only slept with one or two men, the
Sure.
probability is extremely higher in the woman that slept with more men to not be as faithful. The reason being is because it's stats on this as well, right? So data shows that when a woman reaches a body count between 5 or 6, the likelihood for
Data?
her to maintain a long-term relationship drops down to 20%. Now, there's
What
studies done on this, and I could actually bring it up
data?
and share it to you.
Okay, I would love to
It
see
was,
the data that's done
yeah,
on
it was
body
it was
count, but all
studies.
right.
Oh, you didn't know that there were studies done on a woman's body count? Yes,
I'm
there
sure
were
there I'm
studies
sure
done
there
on
I'm
a
sure
woman's
there's I'm
body
sure there's
count.
some studies. I would be interested in
There's
the methodology
also,
and how
and
to
I'll
determine
I'll
those
even
things.
say this: there's also studies done when it comes to men being promiscuous as well, but it's not the same because men and women are different, right? So if a man versus a man with a high body count versus a woman with a high body count, the man would have to have like quadruple the number of the woman for him to experience just a fraction of what she'll experience as far as not having the ability to pair bond with her current or future mate. That's what I'm saying. So, what I'm saying is this, bro. You truly think that women, uh, the amount of partners that they sleep with does not matter as far as if they're going to be a trustworthy partner?
Correct, because whether someone slept with a lot of people is different than if they've cheated on people before. If they have not made commitments to people and they've not been like in monogamous
It
relationships,
shows that they don't have the ability to be in a committed
no,
relationship.
that's not true. It means
Okay.
that they chose
If
not
it
to be in a committed relationship. They chose to have a different type of lifestyle. Just because I choose to have a certain lifestyle doesn't mean I'm not able to do something else. Like I don't that doesn't follow. They
Okay.
chose
So
not
why
to.
do you think that when you apply to when companies and HR and their recruiters reach out to applicants on their resume, what they're looking for is work history, right? And on this
Sure.
work history that they're looking for, they're looking at certain things to see consistency. How long has this person been at this job for and worked there? If they see that an applicant had work history where they worked at two companies for 5 years, they're going to choose that applicant over the applicant that worked at 10 different companies over the span of 3 years because it shows that you don't have the ability to stay committed
Well,
to the task at
so
hand.
first
That's
off,
what it
well,
shows.
I think this
So
is a
that's what
faulty
it shows.
analogy
No,
though.
no, it's not a faulty
Well,
analogy
can I
because that
explain?
is
Okay.
true. How old
All
are
right.
you, Oliver? How old are you?
Oh, or okay. I'm 22. Okay.
22. Have you ever worked
Mhm.
before?
I have worked
You got a
before.
job. Okay, you got a
Yeah.
job. Okay, that's good.
Mhm.
Good for you, man. So
Yeah.
you would know that it's just basic, like human. It's common sense. It's common sense that past behaviors is a predictor for your current behaviors. That's true.
I don't actually think necessarily it is, and let me explain
You don't
why.
think that's
No,
true?
no,
Okay.
here we go. It
What
can be
about banks and
past behavior.
credit
Wait
and
a second.
stuff
No,
like
no, wait a
that?
second. No, can I go back to your previous point before you move on?
Sure. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so
Yep.
let's go back to this idea that apparently if someone had 10 jobs over a 3-year period versus 2 jobs that they worked at 5 years. I don't think that's the analogous comparison here. I think a better analogy towards someone who decided that they wanted to sleep around more, have more of that experience, and then decided that they wanted to settle down would be someone who maybe went into college and joined a ton of extracurriculars and decided they wanted to explore a ton of different things, interact with a ton of different people to see what they liked and see what they figured out. And then after that, they got internships out of it. They tried a lot of different things and then they found what they liked, which was this one thing. I think that is more analogous. And I would actually want to see someone, or maybe with a
Yeah,
resume,
it's
if we're
not
talking
more
about
analogous.
jobs.
That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard, Oliver.
No, it
Like
is.
that
I
is
don't.
the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Okay, so you know that men and women are different, right?
Sure, it would depend on how you define the difference, but of course there are differences between
Okay,
men and
so
women.
men and women are different, meaning that when it comes to women, you've been in a relationship before, yes or no?
I have been in a relationship. Yes.
Okay. Now, in your relationship, forget about your relationship. Let's just speak in general. I want to speak personal about you, right?
Hmm.
Um, just in general, you would concede that women are generally more emotionally involved when they have sex.
I'm not. I mean, I'm not sure. It depends on the individual woman. I think that overall, I think the statistics or do
Come on,
stuff do show.
Oliver.
What do you? I
You're
can't
not
make
even
general
living in
prescriptions.
reality right now, man.
What are you talking about? I think women. Wait, you're right. I think that women largely are more emotionally involved because they carry the burden
When it comes
of
to
pregnancy.
sex.
Yeah, because they
Yeah.
carry the burden of pregnancy.
All right,
Sure.
cool. Now you're thinking a
Yeah.
little bit, right? So what I'm doing here, I'm just going to ask you some questions, man, because you think that promiscuity in men and women isn't a big thing. I'm trying to display
Mhm.
to you that it is very important. You said that, well, I wouldn't care about a woman's body count. It's just like me caring about, oh, do I want blue eyes or green eyes? It really doesn't matter.
If all
What
else
I'm
is equal.
saying is,
But you put
if
that
all-
stipulation in.
but what I'm saying is, when it comes to body count, it's inherently it will not be equal because one showed sexual temperance, the other one showed no sexual temperance. She's a whore. She's a 304. So when it comes to the biology of the woman, she's more emotionally involved when it comes to her sexual partners. You said yes, right? So this would mean that if every time a woman is having sex with a man, this means that in order for her to have sex with a man, she has to be emotionally involved with that
That's
man.
not true. Well, no. You made a big jump. Women generally are more emotionally involved to this specific woman has to be more emotionally involved. And that's not the case. There are some women who aren't more emotionally involved, who do engage in hookup culture and don't feel
We know
those strings
that
attached.
we know that those women are broken. We know that there are many promiscuous women out there where they don't have the same emotional attachment like a virgin would have because they slept with 100 men. So now they just look at sex as, changing clothes. We know that.
Sure.
There's exceptions to every rule. But I would say that that's still a very, very, very small, very, very small minority of women, right? Generally speaking, most women, in order for them to have sex with a man, they have to be emotionally involved. Yes.
For some women. I think it largely depends
For
on the
most
woman.
women. Most
Sure,
women are
I don't-
some.
I don't know. Have you surveyed all the women?
Okay, so you just don't know. All right. Let's just go back to biology then, since you don't want to concede on that, and it's fine. I mean, I've seen some of your debates. You don't live in reality at all, but that's fine. We'll go ahead and.
I just don't think I don't think we should treat people like homogenous groups.
No,
I don't think
no
we
one's
should
talking
treat
about
all women the
homogenous
same way.
groups. No one's
Yes.
is saying that we should treat people like this. And that's not what I'm saying. That's a lie. No one said that. I'm just pointing out, I'm saying how things is. I'm not giving any prescription. I'm talking about how things is. So don't go into prescriptions to try to clip stuff up to say something that I'm saying, which I've never said. We are speaking about how things is, not how I think it should be. So let's go back, right? You basically are saying again, because I want the chat to understand too, to all the newbies that came in. Oliver believes that a woman's sexual past doesn't matter. And actually, in fact, he said that if he has the option of two women, all are equal, but the only thing that's different is one has a 50 body count and one has 2 body counts. He would actually think that they're equal. He wouldn't make a choice.
I don't care.
He wouldn't make a choice. But then you did concede that women, when they have sex, they are, generally speaking, they are the ones that
carry the burden of pregnancy
with emotions.
They carry the burden of pregnancy.
Since they carry the burden of pregnancy, the men, they carry more emotions when it comes to their sexual mating strategy.
Not emotions. They're just more at risk.
They're more emotional.
I don't like to. I don't think emotional ties into here. I think it is actually more logical if you are a woman who has sex to be more wary of who you're having sex with because you carry the burden of pregnancy.
Thank you for saying that. Then that would conclude that the woman that has sex with many men was illogical.
That doesn't necessarily mean the case.
You would choose an illogical woman over a logical woman.
That is a very nice sleight of hand, Cooley. But that's
not
that works.
A sleight of hand. That's exactly what you just said.
No. Because being more wary about who you're having sex with doesn't mean that you don't have sex with people. It means you can vet them more carefully, and you can still have sex with a lot of people and still make sure that they're not absolute scumbags. Okay, so it doesn't mean that you're being illogical if you choose to have sex with a lot of people. It just means that you might have to be a little bit more careful because if contraception breaks or something, you're burdened with the burden of pregnancy while he can just run off. Okay,
so it doesn't would be more logical? Well, let's see. Let's test it out.
Not inherently.
Let me ask you a question. Let's test it out.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so a woman that has sex with 2 men. We're just going to do the same analogy, but we're just going to reverse it, right? It's illogical and what's logical. a woman that has sex with 2 men. She showed she had just as many options as the woman that had sex with 50 men. She had just as many options. Let me finish the analogy. All is equal.
Okay.
Right? She had just as many options as the woman that has sex with 50 men. But she chose to have sexual temperance and use logic and say, hey, well, my body is sacred. I don't want to give it up to just anyone. So I'm only going to give it up to 2 men where I find that they are worthy, versus the woman where she displayed less sexual temperance than the other woman, right? And she didn't view her, it's obvious that she doesn't view her body as sacred like the woman with 2 bodies. Who's more logical and illogical? Would you say that the woman that has sex with 50 men, but the woman that has sex with 2 men has just as many options to sleep with those 50 men? She only chose to sleep with 2. The other woman chose to sleep with 50. Who's more illogical?
There's not one that's more illogical than the other, because you have to, one, account for their preferences, what they want to do. For example, if a woman wants to have sex with a lot of men and she chooses to do so, then yeah, that would be more logical and aligned with her preferences than depriving herself of something that she wants.
Doesn't it increase the risk of all of the things you said, like STDs and all of these other things?
No.
It does. Because they're having sex with more men, which then increase the risk. But the woman that had sex with 2 men, she used risk mitigation.
Every time you get into a car, you increase the risk that you're going to get into a car accident. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't drive. You can exercise the amount of risk that you are comfortable taking on. Some people engage in very high-risk activities. Some people go skydiving. Some people do dangerous jumps and things like that. And
that was the worst analogy ever, Oliver. That was the worst analogy ever.
Just because you don't like the analogy doesn't mean it's a bad analogy. Then explain why it's a bad analogy.
It's a bad analogy. It doesn't map on properly. And I'll explain how it doesn't map on properly. Sure. Here we go. Because we're speaking about the risk of a woman, and not only just the risk, but we're speaking about what's more illogical. So one, you move the goalpost. You move the goalpost and you use an analogy to speak about risk. We're speaking about which more illogical. Which woman will be more illogical? So one woman, look at here. I'm going to explain it to you how it doesn't map on properly. The one woman, she chose to have sex with 2 men, right? Yeah. She had the same amount of options as the woman that had sex with 50 men. The same amount of options. But she chose to have sexual temperance, and she chose to operate in risk mitigation of basically out of all the risks that you said. So we would have to say that if she's looking at risk mitigation, if she's having sexual temperance, if she's looking at her body as well, I don't just want to give, my goods up to just anyone. We would have to say, well, she's thinking a little bit more than a chick that slept with 50 men.
That's not true that she's necessarily thinking more. What if the chick or the person who slept with 50 men enjoys having sex, enjoys doing that?
She wanted those 50 men, right? Those 50 penises.
She wanted to have sex. Women enjoy having sex.
You would choose that woman over the one that had 2.
All else equal, sure. Yeah.
There we go. Hey, Chad, he just...
Oh, wait. Hold on.
You finally answered the question. No, you finally answered the question. So you want a woman that's more... You would prefer a woman with a higher body count over a woman with a lower body count. You literally just fell into the trap. Yes, I did. Yes, you did, Oliver.
If you want to...
So this is what I'm saying. You want... No, stop it, Oliver. Listen, stop it.
Wow, you really got me there.
Oliver is very simple. Now let's paint the picture. Let's bring this all back in, because guess what, Oliver? We were speaking about promiscuity, right? Promiscuity. Sure. And within promiscuity, you said, I say that before a nation starts, a relationship starts. You say, well, promiscuity isn't bad. I don't think promiscuity...
It's not inherently bad.
Stop it. You say promiscuity isn't bad. And then I say, let's speak about promiscuity. Would you want a woman with 50 body counts or a woman with 2? You said, well, it doesn't really matter. All is equal. Then you just chose, it must not be equal, because you actually chose the woman with the higher body count.
You poorly chose the woman with the higher...
I didn't poorly phrase anything. We can rewind it back, Oliver.
You said, would you date her? And I said, yes. Okay, so yes, I would. I would also date the other person, because it's not relevant to me.
Okay, you're going to choose both of them. No, I say either or, but it's okay. It's okay.
Because it doesn't matter. It's an irrelevant flip a coin. Like, if all else is equal, then it doesn't
You
matter.
will flip a coin? Okay. And it's telling because in most discussions, I've seen your debates with my guy, Andrew, and I didn't watch the whole thing. It was too long. I'm like, God dang, it's 5 hours. Whatever podcast, shout out to them. But most of your debates that I've seen, Andrew and the other guys that you've debated, they only press you about the what. And the what is important, meaning that when you say something, they make an argument based off of what you said, right? But
Sure.
with the things that you're saying, it's so nonsensical and filthy and immoral that it's proper to have a discussion on why you're saying the things that you're saying. So it's two ways you can make an argument and argue someone's debate. You can make an argument based off of what they're saying, or you can make an argument on why they are saying these things. I'm curious, why would you want a woman that slept with 50 men rather than a woman that slept with
No,
two?
I didn't. No,
What's in
not
your
not
mental
the
that
case.
why
No.
would you desire a more
I didn't. No.
filthy, more
Nope.
tainted
Okay,
woman
here we
than a
go.
more
All
pure
right.
one?
No. Okay. Are you asking the question now?
I'm
I didn't
asking a
say that.
question. Go
I
ahead.
didn't say I would rather have someone with a higher body count than someone with a lower body count. The same way I wouldn't rather have someone with a lower body count than someone with a higher body count inherently. Okay? These
Yeah,
things
you're,
now if someone has an STD,
you've
if
just said
someone
it,
doesn't
Oliver. But
if someone doesn't want to settle down and have kids, if someone doesn't want a monogamous relationship like I want, then yeah, we're not going to be compatible. But
you changed your
if it is the
answer
case,
now, man.
no,
But it's
you
okay.
phrased the question in such a way that made it as if I'm saying that I would rather have a woman
Not
with 50
really.
bodies.
I kept
Yes, you
asking you
did.
questions where you went down a rabbit hole, and then you was like, because you had an agenda when you were answering these questions. Like, no, I'm not going to give in. But then I asked so many questions, you gave in and you spoke the truth. You want
No.
the chick that been plowed by 50 men.
No, I don't. I don't necessarily. No, I don't. It doesn't matter to me. You just because this is the problem is you're reducing women
Okay.
to how many people they've slept with. And I just think that is a reductive way to reduce an entire human being full of experiences,
I'm
full
not
of
at
things
all.
that they
That's
enjoy.
what
And that's
you're doing.
what
That's
you're
actually
doing.
what you're doing. I'm
Because
not doing that. Let's speak
Yes,
about
you
how
are.
you're doing that.
You wouldn't date
How
a
you're
woman who you're
doing that is
attracted to.
because
No.
you actually want. You actually.
No, I
The thing is,
don't. Stop telling me what I want, dude.
Oliver, you just said that you'll choose the
Okay.
woman over 50 with 50 over the one
I
that's
would
two.
not. Okay.
Okay,
then
so now you're saying
if
that you
ask
don't.
the question, if you ask the question that way and you phrased it poorly, then I'm sorry that I misspoke. Okay? Then no, I'm saying that I would not necessarily pick one
Got it.
over the
So
other.
I'll argue this. I'll argue the person, me and you, the one that's actually, has more compassion for women is the one that looks at women as sacred. Oh, you're sacred. You're precious. I understand your value. I don't want you to. Well, why would I advocate for you to just be out there sleeping with many men?
Is that what I'm doing?
Disgusting.
Is that what I'm doing?
Well, you're not making any choice.
No, correct. I'm not telling them how to live their lives. You're coddling women.
No,
you're
stop.
coddling women.
Stop.
You're telling
So
them
look,
how to live
you're
their
saying,
lives.
No,
you're
no,
telling
no.
them you
No,
know
no, no,
best
Oliver,
over
you're
them,
doing
and they have to do
you're
it.
doing the opposite, Oliver. Let me give you some directions and some let me enlighten you a little bit here and explain to how you're doing the opposite, right?
All right, here we go.
So,
Enlighten me.
If you don't give any directions to anyone, well, you know what? In your worldview, here's what I'll say. In your worldview, you don't even believe that promiscuity is bad. In my worldview, I believe that a promiscuous woman and a promiscuous man isn't good for them or good for society, right?
Okay.
So we have different worldviews of what we perceive to be good and bad, correct?
Sure. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it depends how you're making the moral claims that you're making, but yeah.
Okay,
is
cool.
it harm based? Is it like divine based? Like is it religious based? Like what is the metric?
I'll just go ahead and I'll let you choose of which one would be a better society based off of our worldviews real quick when it comes to promiscuity, and then we'll move on to another topic.
All right.
Cool. So my worldview, with it operating under my moral backing and stuff like that, where I am not for sexual liberation and women being promiscuous and, even men being promiscuous and stuff like that, even though it's different effects there. if I was to influence, it's basically worldviews versus worldviews. So my worldview, I influence the society to have good relationships. One man, one woman. Don't be promiscuous. Don't sleep around. And try to have good relationships, right? And then versus your worldview, where you don't give any instructions at all. You just say, live. I actually wrote it down. Live your life as you see fit, right?
I mean, as
So
long as you're
you're
not harming other people, then yeah.
great. Well, one, you're saying as long as you're not harming other people, you don't believe that promiscuity is harm. So let's just expand it out.
Sure, inherently, yes, there could be harms associated with it, and if those harms exist within one person, the promiscuous lifestyle is not for everyone. It's not for me. Okay, like, I'm just saying it out there. That's not for me. That's not something that I find fulfilling. I know there's some people who do, so I'm not going to prescribe what is true for me onto them. That's all I'm saying. Okay, if someone
Okay.
were to come to me and tell me, Oliver, should I go sleep around with a bunch of people with no strings attached? I'd explain that from my experience, I don't find it that rewarding. I would explain to them from my experience, it doesn't lead to fulfillment. However, for some people, it does. So I wouldn't tell them that my experience will necessarily map onto them. I would say, hey, go, live your life. If it's not working for you, don't continue. So if someone sleeps with 50 people and after like 5, they're really unhappy, then obviously don't continue doing that. But you're assuming that it's bad for every person. So
Okay.
that's what I'm getting at.
I didn't assume that. So
Okay.
so you said some good stuff there, right? You said that that's not my lifestyle. I'm not promiscuous. Are you saying that you don't want someone that's promiscuous too? You didn't say that,
I'd
but
say,
you
no,
did
wait, no,
that
wait.
you're not promiscuous.
If I were to get into a relationship, obviously I would not want someone who was at that point when we entered the relationship sleeping with other people, because I value a monogamous relationship. I don't have retroactive jealousy about what happened before I was there. Like, I don't.
Who put in jealousy? No one said jealousy. What you talking
Well,
about?
that's kind of what it is when you're that worried about who your partner slept with before.
No,
you.
it's a standard. It has nothing to do with jealousy. It's a standard.
Okay.
Is it okay for men to have standards?
Sure. It depends what you mean by standard, though. Standard and
Standards. Standards.
Sure.
What you
Yeah, you can
what
have
you
standards.
tolerate, what you don't tolerate. I don't want
Yeah, that's
this. I
fine.
don't want it. I do
Sure.
want that. I do want that. You believe
Sure,
that men
yeah.
should have standards, and you have standards, right?
I believe everyone should have standards. Yes, men and women.
Cool. You have but do you have standards?
Of course, I have standards.
Okay. And your standard when it comes to promiscuity, you just explained. Let me just get it right, because I don't want to get your argument wrong. You said you are okay with a woman being promiscuous in her past, but
Yeah.
once she's with you, you don't want her to be promiscuous.
Sure. It also depends what you mean by promiscuity. Like sleeping with other
Yeah,
people?
we're just speaking about sleeping. I already gave my definition of it. We're
Sure,
talking about
fine. Yes,
sleeping, having
correct.
sex.
Yes, fine. Yeah.
Okay,
sure.
cool. Okay, cool. So you don't want a woman that's sleeping with someone currently right now, and but you don't care about if she slept with people before.
Correct.
And your reasoning on if someone cares about if she slept with people before is that they have jealousy.
I think that can be an aspect of it. I don't think it's all of it, but I think retroactive jealousy can be a thing where you're jealous of the people that your partner was with before.
Okay, got it.
I'm not saying it's everyone. That's some people.
Okay, you said some people could have some jealousy there.
Yeah.
Okay, and I said standards. So your standard is your woman can sleep with 500 men, but the number is limitless. But once she gets with you, as long as she's faithful, you're okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine. I do want to make something clear here that
Okay,
I
go
don't
ahead.
think it's wrong, and maybe this is where we can find some common ground. I don't think it's wrong for men to maybe not want to date a woman who has a higher body count if they have a certain significance view of sex. So for example, if they view sex as very significant or something that's very important to them, and maybe they've held themselves to a lower body count and thus value that in another person, that's fine. That's okay. The problem comes in when you start calling all women who have a body count higher than a certain number whores, or ran through, or trash, or
Shame.
no one should.
Yeah, you don't want people
them.
to shame people.
I
Okay,
don't
yeah,
think
then
that
that's
we
what we're
should
getting.
shame people. Okay, I don't think you should shame people for making those decisions. No, I think that if you want to make it, you can have standards for your relationships.
Because you don't think that those their actions is actually bad.
I don't think they're inherently bad. No.
Got it. So shame for you, the only people that should be shamed is the people that you deem their actions as bad.
Not I deem, if their actions harm other people in a way that
Okay,
like
so
wrongs
you're
them.
a harm reductionist. Are you a utilitarianism? Do you believe in that?
I don't ascribe to one particular ethical theory because I don't think the world is that specific. I think there are various ethical theories that all converge on the idea that we shouldn't cause unnecessary harm to people. So yeah,
Okay.
I
Well,
wouldn't,
if
I
it
wouldn't
shows
ascribe
that the
directly to
woman,
it.
okay, so if the woman doesn't experience any harm, and she sleeps with a horse,
No,
what's wrong with that?
no, hold on, wait a second. Is the horse involved? Is the horsey
The
being that
horse
can
is
experience
involved.
harm? Yeah, the horse can experience harm.
I'm saying that the horse doesn't experience any harm. There's no harm.
How? What are you talking about? If you have sex with something without its consent, there is always a possibility of harm.
No.
I'm not gonna
It's consent. What you talking about?
Animals can't consent. What are you talking about?
Look, I'll explain. Let me demonstrate it. Right? So there's a woman, because you said that you're a harm reductionist. As long as things reduce harm, then it's okay. As long as it reduces harms, it's okay. So let me go ahead and test your logic. This woman,
I didn't say that's the only thing. You're trying to pin me down.
The woman wants to have sex with the horse. She gives consent. She says that she wants to have sex with the horse. Horses can't communicate with us. So
they can't
normally,
consent.
Stop it. No. Stop it there. Horses can't verbally communicate with us, but we do know that horses have other ways of communicating with humans as far as like body language and stuff like that. So like if you, in order for, you already know, like if you try to get on a horse's back and the horse doesn't allow you or he jumps off, you would say that horse doesn't give you consent to ride him, correct?
Sure. Do you think there's a difference between riding a horse and fucking a horse?
Stop it right there. Stop it right there. Stop it. No, stop it. Stop it. No, stop it. Stop it right there. Let me. Okay, but let me answer.
This isn't just you asking questions.
I'm testing your logic. I'm asking you some questions to test your logic because it doesn't even make sense. You said that I'm a harm reductionist. So as long as things are reducing harm, it's good.
No.
I'm trying to get to, okay, if it isn't that, then explain again for me, Oliver. I want to make sure I get it right.
I'm not saying harm is the only thing involved. Of course, there can be unfelt harms. For example, you shouldn't have sex with dead people, okay? It doesn't matter if they can experience the harm. There are overriding considerations of autonomy and freedom that come in there. And I think those are important to prioritize. What if
the dead person writes consent before they die and say, "Hey, I want Brittany to have sex with me when I die"?
Okay. I don't.
Would you be okay with that?
I don't care what
Brittany
does. Okay.
Answer the question.
I think there are overriding harms to necrophilia that should be taken out. That
are that's not what I said. That's not what I said. We are testing your logic. Your moral ethical view is flimsy, and I'm displaying it right now because you're saying things. Okay. You just said that you are a harm reductionist. So as long as it's reducing harm,
one aspect.
Okay, one aspect. As long as it's reducing harm, then it could be good based off that one aspect. What other aspects now? What other aspects besides harm?
I talked about autonomy. I talked about there could be societal harm as well. I don't think. We should have a conversation.
Okay, no, that's good. That's
reality
perfect.
and what people believe. Does anyone in this chat think you should fuck a horse? Why are we talking about fucking a horse?
Well, because you like to speak about exceptions, so we're going to speak about exceptions now to prove a point to you to see that you're a liar. So listen, the man gives consent. Actually, let's say the woman gives consent. The woman gives consent before she dies. She says she writes a letter. It gets approved, stamped, and everything. She brings it to a notary. Both parties sign off on it. It's full consent. Yep. She says that I want Brad to have sex with me when I die. So this is bodily autonomy that it doesn't fit there because she's given full consent.
I don't think it's consent, though. I don't think you can give pre-consent like that for sex. I don't think you can do that. I don't think someone can sign a document. Well, here we go. I don't think a coma patient would be able to sign a document and say, this person can have sex with me before I die. I think there's also a lot of other, if you want to actually talk about the real world implications of this, I think there would be a lot of harm in having these types of documents. What if these documents were forged? What if someone forged a document and forged your signature so that they could have sex with your dead body? I think that would be a pretty overriding harm that would affect people within the world right now. So there are so many reasons why we shouldn't fuck dead people and shouldn't fuck horses sources.
All
But
right,
it's kind of weird that you want
Oliver,
to be
that's
so
not what I'm
stuck on
saying.
this.
No one speaking on that, right? You're trying to just make something for a clip, speaking all fast and not making any sense, not sticking to the point.
Just because you
The
didn't follow
point
along
of
doesn't mean it didn't make any sense. But okay.
It's very. No, I followed along perfectly. I can actually repeat it all back to you, but I'm not. But here's what I'm going to do. Let's get it back on track. The reason why I'm asking you these questions is because you said that you are a harm reductionist, meaning that if it doesn't have any harm and there's other things like bodily autonomy, there's consent, it's, it's not, it wouldn't do any harm to society, things like that. I'm giving you an analogy, right? An analogy that excludes all of the things that you just said. A woman writes a note just because I don't believe that a woman can give consent if she dies. What are you speaking about?
Well, you can't. There's certain things you can't consent to. There are actually certain things within the law that you can't consent to.
If the woman way prior to before she dies, she gives consent and she says that I want Brad to sleep with me, and then Brad goes ahead and sleep with that woman, would that be okay? Yes or no?
I don't think that someone can make a contract like that, and I don't think we should enforce those contracts legally because it leads to a lot of downstream
let's just say hypothetically. Let's just say hypothetically, they can. Hypothetical.
No. Well, if so, hold on. Are you removing every aspect of something that makes it wrong and asking me whether it's wrong?
No, I'm not saying that. So what I'm saying is,
we're existing in the real world, right?
Hypothetical. No, this could actually be something that's true. This could be something logically possible. If we just go out there and pass some laws for these consent methods to be done, it can definitely be done.
And I don't think they should be done.
Got it. So, yeah, I know that you don't think that it should be done, but let me go ahead and ask you a question. No, wait. You never answered the question. You moved the goalpost. So let's bring it back again because I'm curious to know what you perceive to be good or bad, right? What do you really think to be good or bad, right? So if the woman hypothetically gives consent for when she dies, her dead body, Brad can sleep with her. And in this hypothetical, it's legal consent and everything is good on that, right? Is that a good thing or a bad thing if Brad sleeps with her?
I think it is bad. And I think the reason it is bad is because a society that promotes that type of thing, it will lead to a world in which people are actually worried that someone is going to forge a signature. So if you're asking me in that direct instance whether there's any harm present or whether that direct action is wrong, that's if you want to isolate that from every social variable that exists. Okay, in an abstract hypothetical that has no bearing on reality, then sure. And no bearing on reality. It's not wrong. In no bearing on reality, yes, fine. But
Chat, he just said that a man can sleep with a dead woman and nothing is wrong with it.
There we go.
This is what I wanted to get at. That is what you said, Oliver. This is what I wanted to get at.
Hypothetical, you remove every aspect of the real world from the hypothetical.
No one moved everything that's wrong about the real world.
Is it still wrong?
I do believe in certain states in America, this could probably get done. But anyways, here's what we just did. Here's what we just displayed, Oliver. That what you go by data. You are a utilitarianism. If it isn't any harm, if data shows that
I didn't. Stop strawmanning me, dude. That's not what I fucking said.
You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
I didn't. I said harm is one variable. Autonomy, freedom, consent are all things that should be considered.
Oliver, you're lying. You just admitted to in this analogy, in this if it's this one situation and it doesn't affect anything else, and a woman gives consent for her dead body to be slept with by a man, okay, nothing is wrong with that. You don't think that it's bad?
No. I think in every instance of the real world, it occurring because we exist not in a vacuum, then yes, it is wrong because those things do have tangible effects. You're asking me, you're stripping a hypothetical of everything that's real about it. And then asking me whether it has any bearing on the real world.
I'll explain why. The reason why I'm stripping the hypothetical down is because I just want to know what you perceive as good and bad, right or wrong. That's why I stripped it all the way down to its pure form. I just want to know what you perceive as right or wrong and good and bad, right? And you just admitted that it isn't wrong and it isn't bad if a man sleeps with a dead woman. That's what
No,
you just said,
no,
bro.
that's not what I said.
That is what you just said.
Not what I said. Not what I said. Not what I said.
I'll add
in the
on
real
to
world,
it.
in
You
the
said
real
that
world,
well.
in the real world, in the real world.
It's a
in the world that will
hypothetical.
ever exist.
I can
So if it has no
make a
bearing on
hypothetical about Narnia, bro. It's just
Sure.
to test your logic.
And if it
What you
doesn't have
talking
anything
about?
about the world, then it doesn't matter. It is
No, but we're
always
not.
wrong
We're
for
speaking
someone to
about
sleep
one
with a dead
specific
person
thing.
in the real world because of the downstream consequences of that. If there are two people that exist,
there's no
and the only
consequences in this situation. So let me paint the picture for you again, because I don't think you're missing what I'm saying.
Remember,
right?
this was supposed to be about
I don't want
feminism,
you to.
right?
Yeah, I mean, it does get to feminism because you think feminism is good for society. I think feminism is bad for society. So
and how did I define feminism as being good?
We're speaking about how you perceive what is good and what is bad. Time out. We're speaking about how you perceive.
I did it in my opening
No,
statement.
you didn't do it in the opening because I already written it down. You said that, well, in the opening, you said that, let's see here, believe individuals should have the same rights, opportunities, basic respect, equal opportunity to succeed. I
didn't say equal opportunity to succeed. I don't think I ever actually defined feminism in this debate. Are you using a different debate to get that?
No, in this debate, you said that
some goods of feminism are
good families, stronger families, healthier families, stuff like that. So
correct.
This
so
is
I'm
based
reasoning
off of
from shared premises. Shared premises.
So this is.
Do you think strong
this
families
is based
are good?
off of. Yeah, got it. Real quick. This is all based off of Oliver, what you perceive. If we peel back the layer, the reason why you think that feminism is good for society, good, because it's what you perceive what the good is.
Yeah, no shit. We all have our conception of the good.
Got it.
Sure.
This is what we're speaking about. I perceive it as bad. Okay. I asked you these hypotheticals to understand what you truly perceive as good and bad. And it's obvious that you perceive that a man sleeping with a dead woman is good.
There we go. No, it's not. It's bad. Would you like me to explain to you why it's bad? Would you like me to explain to you why it's bad because you can't get that through your head?
Nah, man, you've already, you're just moving a goalpost over and over. I'll explain it for you to let you know that I understand.
Okay, and then I will correct you when you are inevitably wrong in this characterization.
Cool. Alex, and you'll see that I was totally listening to you too. So one of the reasons why you said that it's bad, a man sleeping with a dead body is bad because one, the woman can't give consent on a societal level. Bodily autonomy, the laws and stuff that it can never be. How can we prove consent for it? So it's like, how can we even prove that she gave consent to that? And then also, if everyone, you said that it will promote people doing this degenerate act, basically.
Not degenerate, right?
Not degenerate, but bad. It will promote people doing something that's bad, right?
It would likely lead to more diseases if people are having
diseases and more outcomes of people having sex with dead. Like if you approve it in this one instance, documents can be
forged. All of that.
Got it.
People would be living in fear that after they died, there would be a society in which people could have sex with their dead bodies. All of that will never go away in the real world. So you're asking me a hypothetical that is divorced from reality in every way. That has no bearing on it. You're trying to get a gotcha.
It's not divorced from your reality. I'll explain how.
Divorced from the reality of the world as it will always be. There will never be a world in which it is right for a man to have sex with a dead person or a woman to have sex with a dead person.
Okay, so if that's the case, Oliver, if there's never a reason why it would be good for a man to have sex with a dead woman, then when we stripped away all of the consequence, stop it. When we stripped, stop it. Nope, stop it. When we stripped away, if you said never, it's the English language. There's never an instance where it will be good for a man to sleep with a dead woman. Now, if we strip away your consequences, right? Your answer changed. You said that, well, no, then it would be good for this dead man to sleep. For this man to sleep with this dead woman. You said that it would be good because there's not any consequences for society. Okay,
you want me to? It would be good.
So some things that I do in my debate, I actually rewind it back when we have liars on the podcast. This podcast is called No Fugazee, so we like to catch people in the lies.
Hold
I'll
on.
rewind it
But
back.
No. You didn't say.
You
I
did
didn't
say
say
it
it was
would be
good.
good.
I said there wouldn't be anything inherently wrong present in the scenario. That's fine. Yeah, I don't care. Can we get back to talking about feminism?
Okay, if
Can we
it's
talk
not,
about feminism and stop
this
having
has
sex
a
with
lot
dead
to.
people?
I mean, this has this has a lot to do with everything that we're speaking about, because we're speaking about how you perceive what's good and what's bad. We can go ahead and talk about feminism.
I was reasoning from shared premises. I was reasoning from shared
Okay,
premises.
so if
I
you're,
don't want to have a meta ethics debate with you, because that's not what we're discussing here. That's not what people tuned in to have a meta ethics
well, guess
debate.
what?
That's not what people tuned into.
Guess what, Oliver? Meta
What?
ethics are important.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
important.
Do you want to have a metaphysics debate too? Does that microphone exist? Does it exist? Are we even having a debate?
It's
What is
very
a debate?
important.
What is
very
a hat?
important.
Are you wearing a hat? Okay, so
Don't obfuscate off the topic.
Determine. No,
so
no. But
when
that's
we're
what we're
speaking
doing.
about, no, that's not what we're doing, because the topic of the debate is feminism good for society? So
Yes.
we already put meta ethics in there if we saying that something is good.
If we can agree that certain
We've
things
have
are
it.
good, yeah, okay, fine. In my opening, I made statements like
You've already
feminism,
put meta
here are some good
ethics
things.
in there.
No, I didn't.
So
You know
it's
what I
okay
did?
for us to have a debate about meta ethics.
No, this isn't a meta ethical
Yeah,
debate.
you did.
Then no, it's not. Let's have this. Do you think stronger and healthier families are a good thing? Do you think they're a good thing? Can we agree they're a good thing? Can we just have that shared premise that they're a good thing?
I don't believe a healthier family. In my worldview, you believe that two men having a family with children, right, would be a good thing. In my worldview,
can be just as healthy.
That wouldn't be a good thing.
Okay,
it wouldn't be just as healthy.
Then
okay,
let's have
so
the conversation.
got it. So listen, if you're saying you're using words healthy, you're using words unhealthy, all of these things, if we just peel back the layer to it, it strips it back to right or wrong or good and bad. So it's meta ethics, bro. It's meta ethics.
So then if we can't agree whether cognitivism or non-cognitivism exists, we can't have a substantive conversation about feminism.
We could have these discussions. I mean, it's not that hard to do, but you have to be honest. You've contradicted yourself many times, and you've been caught in lies. I just need you to be honest, and then we can go ahead and have the conversation on what you actually perceive to be good and bad. But you have an agenda, so you want to say
families are good. I'm not going to do I'm not doing a meta ethics debate with you.
Okay, well, let's fine. Stronger families are good. I believe stronger families are good too. Here's how it's going to go to meta ethics. I'm going to go ahead and prove it. No, I'm going to go ahead and prove it. Stronger families are good. I believe stronger families are good. What do you mean by strong?
Okay, we can have a conversation. So families in which the children are healthier have better health outcomes. We can even, like something like health, we can even measure in terms of lower rates of maternal mortality, lower rates of infant mortality, a higher median household income, things like that. Those families are stronger. If there's a dual income, those families are less likely to be severely affected in economic downturn. Those are things that create families that are stronger. So that's what I mean by strong. We're not going to take every single word down. Okay, go for it.
No, that's totally fine. Now let me give you mine. And you're going to have a disagreement with it. Okay? I already know you are. A strong family in my eyes is a nuclear family. One man, one woman, children. Is that strong to you?
It can be a strong. What I would say is I don't think it's the only strong version.
Okay, you don't think it's the only strong version. Okay, so what would be comparable to that? Two men adopting children?
I think
is that just as strong?
I think two men adopting children can be just as strong. At least
for society.
That's what the studies show. The most indicator within a society, within a relationship and the health of a child being raised is having two active parents.
Two active parents. What about
There's
two
no
women?
Statistical difference between. Two men, two women.
Do you know that? Okay. No, I'm saying two women in a relationship.
Assault rates or whatever you're going to bring up.
Yeah, well, lesbians have a very high domestic violence rate when it comes to just their relationships. And having children in a family with two women that's fighting all the time and hitting one another, that wouldn't be good. You would say that.
So do you know the rough rate? Well, do you know the rough rate I think that there is of like abuse in those types of relationships?
I know that it's higher. It's high. I don't know the rough rate, but I do know that it's higher than heterosexual relationships.
So there's a couple, at least in reports that seems to be the case. However, there's reasons to doubt the veracity of that. Largely
real quick, Oliver. On my
that are
end,
much
you're
more
cutting
studied.
up and you're choppy and
Am I cutting out?
you're foggy. Let me see if it's 1 second.
Oh, I don't know.
Let me just make sure the chat is not happening on the live stream.
I don't know. Sorry.
Okay,
I'm doing the best internet.
Yeah, hold up. Let me just check your. All right, chat. We do it live. Let me just look on my end and look at your internet connection. Okay, it's better now. You're not choppy, but it's just blurry. Okay, it gives me a grain, so it's good. Okay, we're good. We're good. I just wanted to make sure that when you were speaking, because it was cutting out for me, I really couldn't hear certain moments. So, but it seems like you're good now. So continue on. Where were we? You were saying about healthier families. You view stronger families. You view stronger families as X, Y, Z. I said in my eyes, a stronger family would be a nuclear family. That would be the strongest family.
Okay.
Right. But then we went down and you said that,
Sure.
well, two men adopting children would be just as strong as a nuclear family. You conceded, though, that two women adopting children wouldn't be as strong as a heterosexual nuclear family, correct?
I didn't necessarily say that. I think it largely also depends on the type of heterosexual
You just
relationship
won't concede at
and the
anything.
homosexual relationship. No, wait, no. Let me give you an example then. Are you against people who are police officers having children?
Why would I be against that?
Because the rate of domestic violence among police officers is about 40%.
Okay.
Is what the numbers
Totally
show.
fine.
40% of cops.
It's still not as high.
So you're against people who are
no.
You're against
still,
it is. I believe it's about 30%.
No. What I'm saying is we are comparing the relationships where it's a man and a woman versus a man and a man versus a woman and a woman.
Sure, yeah. and your metric there is domestic violence. Your metric there is,
and we're speaking about
some sort of harm in the home, or there being sort of there.
You chopped up a little bit second, but
so do you think?
I heard you.
Sorry.
No, you're good. So let's not move the goalposts because once again we're speaking about what's the strongest. My claim is that a heterosexual relationship in a nuclear family, man and woman, that will be the strongest for the children and for society. You just moved the goalposts and you said that, what about police officers?
Your evidence. Well, no, the reason I brought that up was as an example because your evidence that certain types of relationships, such as lesbian relationships,
even
having higher rates of domestic violence.
Because we're making you're not following. We're making a comparison. So let's just grant it to you. I don't know, but let's just grant it and say two police officers that have that get married. It's the domestic violence.
Not two police officers.
Just a police officer. Police officers in relationships.
Yeah, a man
that's a police officer. Yep. There's high domestic violence cases. Okay, that's perfectly fine. But I'm not for that. I'm for what's best. We're talking about what's going to be the strongest. I'm not the least strongest. So what would be the strongest would be a nuclear family with a man and a woman, and the heterosexual relationship, a man and a woman, raising children.
So hold on. So what this boils down to actually is that what's strongest is a type of relationship where domestic violence is not present.
No, not just domestic violence is not present.
That's what it is. But that was your metric though.
That was one metric for the
that have higher levels. Okay.
Let me. So then you're chopping up. You're chopping up real quick. So I'll just go ahead and answer it, and then you can ask me, would you rather? Because I'm not sure what's going on. Let me check the chat. Okay, you're good now. I can see you, but I'm not sure if it's. Okay. We're live streaming through Restream. So on my end, he'll chop up. I won't hear him. I don't know how I was looking for the live. I did check the live before when we stopped it, and it was choppy for you guys too. But chat, let me know if there's any time where you can't hear Oliver. And then we'll just take a quick pause. But now you're super clear. So it's good. Okay, so once again, you're comparing. Make it clear. You're comparing that. I said that, two women in a relationship, we know that domestic violence cases are higher. It's much higher, right? Because we're comparing the two women compared to a nuclear family, right? So we know that, the nuclear family would do better than the two women. You would have to say yes on that.
No. I don't think so. I think there can be particular types of
What?
No, there are a lot of factors that go into it. I also dispute these findings about lesbian relationships because there's serious methodological flaws in the studies in terms of the questions that they ask and how they follow up with the individuals, and also the report rate. There's a much higher report rate of these types of things within same-sex relationships than it is outside. So it's not the case that there is more domestic
You don't think
violence
that?
among these. It's just that selection bias means, no, I don't think necessarily. I think there's good reason to doubt that type of data. But even if that's the case, all this shows is we think, and you and I agree, that a home without domestic violence is better than a home with domestic violence. And
Yeah,
we
it's
agree
more.
on that.
It's more
So
stuff
it
into this
doesn't.
though. That was just
Oh,
one.
correct. It's more. It's
That was
more
just one
stable,
variable.
but it's not a
That was
nuclear.
one.
Okay,
I got
fine.
more.
So then, if a nuclear family has less domestic violence than a non-nuclear family, then that's a better household. If a nuclear family, I guess I would ask you a
Yeah,
hypothetical
no,
then.
Oliver, you're
If
not
a nuclear family
following.
has higher
So
rates, can I
but we're
finish my
I'll let you get to
hypothetical?
your hypothetical, but you just twisted the entire argument. I don't want you to twist it.
But you
Yeah,
only
yeah, I
brought
don't
up
want.
one thing. You only
Stop
brought
it.
up
I don't
domestic
want you to
violence.
twist it up. We can bring that up because it's. I mean, that would show that it wouldn't be the strongest. You brung up strong. I just brung up one variable where, well, these people that have relationships, two women in relationships, the domestic violence is higher than anyone anywhere else. Is higher than two males in a relationship. Is higher than heterosexual relationships.
Okay.
It's higher than those police officers that's in relationships. It's higher
I
than
don't.
that. It's the highest. They have the highest rate.
What studies? What study does this
I'm
come
just
from?
going off the top of my head right now, but I know that I could pull it up. We could pull it up. If, I
Okay.
mean, we on the internet now. We could pull it up.
Okay,
That's totally fine.
we can pull up the study, and there are serious methodological flaws with the study in how they follow up with these people when
Great.
they ask the questions. So you have to have
Yep.
consistency within the studies
Trust me,
and the
I
way they're
already
being
know
asked.
that there's many studies. There's many studies that have ways where they have their own biases. Like when feminists do studies, you already believe that men and women are equal. You don't even take into the consideration that this woman is more emotionally unstable generally than men. This woman gets her period each month. Her
Emotionally
emotions is
unstable?
changing every day. I'm just giving some examples, right? So what I'm saying is, I agree.
No, hold on. Can we point that out?
Real quick,
That's just
I
wrong.
do
That's just
agree.
wrong.
Stop
Men
it.
have a
I
daily
do.
cycle.
Let me just finish the point, bro. I agree.
You just said something objectively false.
Tell me
Okay.
when it's objectively false in a second. I was just giving examples, but what I'm saying is I do it.
Well, it was
No,
a
it wasn't
wrong
at all.
example,
What
but-
I'm saying is that's a biological
It was.
truth. But what I'm saying is I do agree
And
that there are some
men are on a
studies.
daily cycle.
There are some studies that have biases. That's what I'm saying. I do agree. There's some studies that have biases. And you know what? I'm going to use your same argument against you when you bring up some feminist studies. I'm going to be like, well, I don't trust any of those studies at all because they already have a worldview and an agenda. So I'm not going to trust these studies.
That's not what I said, though. But that's not what I said, though. That wasn't the
What are
critique
you
I was
talking
giving.
about?
I wasn't giving an ideological critique. I was giving a methodological critique. So if I bring up a study and you have a problem with the methodology,
I know
of
the methodology of the study, and the methodology of the study can be based off of the wrong ideology as well. If you have this ideology, I'll actually demonstrate it. Let's demonstrate it. I'll demonstrate it for you. So if I have an ideology and I believe that men and women are inherently equal, like there's feminists out there.
In what way?
Just
what do you mean by
I'm going to
equal?
go ahead and this isn't you because I watched one of your debates. You do concede that men are stronger than women. You believe that?
Sure, physically stronger,
okay.
Yes.
But you would agree that there's feminists out there that they believe that no, there's really no difference between the strength of men and women.
I don't know almost any feminists who
so we
genuinely
can't have a
claim
genuine discussion, man. This guy, listen,
Well, no.
Oliver, I'm not granting anything.
I mean,
because you're not granting anything. So
Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Do you want me to grant? Do you want me to grant that there's at least one feminist out there who's making the claim that men are not physically stronger than women? Fine. Okay, cool. That person exists. They're wrong.
Okay.
Where do we go from there?
This is for me to demonstrate it for you, right? So if someone has an ideology, right, they have this belief system. Influence creates thinking, thinking creates behavior. So whatever they were influenced by, they now believe that men and women are inherently equal physically and all of that. And the methodology, what they put forth, can you really trust it based off the methods that they put forth and the data points that they put forth if it's going to be based off of men and women already being equal? If they already presuppose something, then the methodology is rotten as well.
No. Not necessarily. Do you think people you disagree with can actually run a good study? Is it possible, or do you just because they disagree with you, the study has to be wrong? Because that's nothing but like, it was the ecological fallacy, the fallacy of authority.
A
Do you think
fallacy
people who
of
disagree with
authority
you can
ecologically? What are you speaking about, bro?
Yeah,
That's no
sorry.
logical fallacy.
There's the appeal to
That
authority,
isn't an
or the
appeal to
idea that, or
authority.
no, it's called specifically the genetic fallacy. This idea that because someone has a certain persuasion, therefore they're inherently wrong.
No. I'm not saying that they're
That's not the
inherently
case.
wrong. And
Hold on.
yeah, so even with
do you
that,
think a
so
feminist,
what we're saying here is,
do you think a feminist could do a study and prove herself wrong? Could these feminists prove themselves wrong with the study that they run? They could run a good study.
they can run a good,
no physical differences.
for sure. They can run a good. Let's grant it. They can run a good study to prove themselves wrong.
And prove
but guess
that
what?
wrong.
Or listen. Or
there's no difference
they can run a study, and doesn't matter what they prove based off of their ideology and their biases, they can prove that they're right. They can make the data to match what they want it to match.
They could.
Yes. So this is why.
Correct.
Okay. So listen. Time out.
The
so
burden
this is
on you to prove that.
Yeah, we could.
The burden
Listen,
is on you to prove
if you
that.
actually, honestly, Oliver, I'm actually okay. I'll pull up my studies right now. You can pull up your studies, and we can go through it verbatim. Let me just ask the chat if that's what they want. I don't mind doing it, but let's see. Sure. Chat, if you guys want us to do that or move the conversation, if you guys want us to go ahead and do that, put a 1 in the chat.
I mean, it's up to you.
I don't care about doing it, and we can go through it. And I'll most of the studies you'll bring up, trust me, I'll find a lot of methodology flaws within it. But chat, put a 1. Well, put a 1 in the chat if you want us to do that. Put a 2 in the chat if you just want to move on and get to the debate. 1 in the chat. Go ahead and do that. 2 in the chat.
It's up to you.
Don't back out now, Oliver.
I think I'm not backing out. We can absolutely do that if you'd like to do that. 100%. If you'd like to go over
I don't mind doing it.
Okay.
Let's see what the chat's saying. I should put up a poll.
We can start out. We should put out a paid parental. Do you want to start out with paid parental leave?
And also, Oliver, and also chat too. We are going to get to the debate about, what did we say here? 1 second.
We can go to,
because we already been doing an hour and a half. We are going to hit the topic: is men leading relationships and the nation what's best for society? So, is men leading relationships and the nation what's best for society? We're going to go ahead and hit that too. I'll give you some guys to go ahead and let us know what you want to do. All right. We got the same people commenting, same people who don't comment. Come on. We got 300 something people in here. Let's get it up. Come on. Let's get it on up. What y'all want? What do y'all want? Y'all want us to move it on and we can discuss feminism? Or you want us to go ahead and we're going to go through these data points. We're going to go through all of these. Okay. I mean, it's, I need more people to comment because it's 2s, it's 1s. Cooley, just do what you do, fam. Okay, people just 2s. All right, yeah, I ain't really want it. All right, whatever. Okay, cool, man. So, in regards to feminism and what we're speaking about here, you didn't you know what, Oliver? I've kind of like dominated the conversation. So here's what I'll do for you.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, it was
All right.
dominated, so I'm trying to be fair
Yeah.
here. You know what I'm saying?
You dominated the conversation. We talk so much about having sex with dead people. You're really dominant in that field. You're
No.
so dominant
You're
in that field.
dominant in that field because you said that you want a
No, you're
man.
so
You said that
dominant.
you are for a man having sex with dead people.
Nope.
That's what you said, Oliver.
Oh,
And we can go
definitely.
ahead
That's
and
a really
play it
good
back. But here,
characterization.
Oliver,
Yeah. You can play it
I'm
back.
trying to throw you a
Play it
branch since we have no
back.
moderator.
Strip it from all the
Oliver, I'm trying to
context.
reason with you. Since we have no moderator, I'm gonna allow you to go ahead and you could make the decision on if any questions that you want to ask on feminism and stuff like that, or anything. If you want to attack my worldview or anything like that, we can get into that. Or if you want to go ahead and move it on to the next topic, we could do that. So what would you like to do?
Well, I mean, we could just quickly recap what we were talking about a bit, although we can maybe save this for closing statements if you prefer. But I mean, look, I set out a very
Okay, cool.
clear opening statement of things I consider to be good, and I was positing those as shared goods that you and I would both agree on, because if we want to debate the fundamental nature of morality, philosophers have been doing that for millennia, and we just can't do that in a 2-hour debate. Okay, people came here to talk about feminism. So if we're talking about stronger families, healthier families, and you're like, well, what's good? Well, in this one example of having sex with a dead person, is it good? That's not substantive to the conversation we're having. So I would have loved to get into it, but we really didn't get that much into whether or not these do create stronger families. And a lot of these studies and data that I provided, that it makes families stronger, makes families healthier, and leads to greater economic output, which I think are all benefits of feminism that are borne out in the data.
Okay,
But
cool. So you think that
we
it's
talk about
all
having sex
borne
with
out in the
cadavers
data
instead.
that it's good, and my data shows differently. Okay, totally fine. So the chat doesn't want us to move to the data stuff.
We can
So
move on.
I guess we'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and make my conclusion argument on this part too. One, you've contradicted yourself many times. You've also lied. We've seen it here. We can always play it back, and people can see it. When it comes to good, you're trying to run away from that conversation because you say that you don't want to have a meta ethics debate. But in your entire argument, you're presupposing meta ethics. That's what you're doing. So your entire presupposition in your argument is presupposing what's good and what's not good. That's what it is. If you do not believe that, you said you're on the affirmative that feminism is good for society. If you peel back the layer to what is good, it's it's morals, what you believe to be what's meta ethics. It's what you believe what's good and what's
meta
bad.
ethics is the fundamental nature of morality. That's technically normative ethics. Meta ethics is the fundamental nature of morality. Is this a debate about the fundamental nature of morality, or is it a debate about feminism?
The debate,
which one?
The debate
we would
about
never
is
get
feminism good? You think that is good
and
because you believe men having sex with dead people is good. You believe that a chick getting plowed by a horse is good. You believe all of these weird things that's good that I don't believe that's good.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's
if you keep saying things that are wrong,
that's just it is what it is. But anyways, look, man,
illusory truth effect. If you say it enough times, then I guess people.
I mean, we could just rewind it back, but it's totally fine, man. Let's get to the other topic of the debate then, because I'm curious to see your thoughts on this. Okay, so is men leading relationships in the nation is what's best for society? So men leading relationships and leading the nation, is that what's best for society, Oliver? Yes or no? And you can explain why.
Sure. So I would say no, not as a blanket statement. Specifically in relationships.
Are you going to point out exceptions?
I think that relationships. I'm not going to point out exceptions whatsoever at all. I'm pointing out that relationships are fundamentally a partnership between two people, in which both people utilize the different strengths and the different weaknesses that they have. I think in most relationships, the relationships that I've been in, it's a partnership between two people where sometimes one person leads and sometimes another person leads. So I don't think that there should always be one person leading, because people are so multifaceted and so different. To have a one-size-fits-all onto everyone is not going to work. Are there some relationships that are going to work better because the man is leading and the woman is following? Sure. Are there some relationships that are going to work better the opposite way around? Absolutely. So I don't think we can make general societal prescriptions on
Okay.
this.
What about do you think that the majority of relationships, if men are leading the majority of relationships, do you think that that's a good thing?
It depends on the individuals involved. If men are leading a majority of the relationships, I would probably say no, because I would imagine that there would be people who wouldn't want those relationships to be led by men who
Well,
are
it's a
feeling
majority. It's
trapped in
not
that
all. That
relationship. But I
means
don't know.
okay.
I'm not
Well, what
sure.
I'm saying is
I'm not. It depends on the
it
individuals.
on the
It
individuals.
depends on the
Okay,
individuals
got it.
involved.
So generally speaking, do you think that men want? Do you think that generally speaking, do you think that women want a man to lead relationships, to lead them? Generally speaking.
Yes, but can we define lead? Can we just make sure we're on the same idea of lead? How are you thinking about lead? Just so we're on the same page. What are you thinking about when you think about leading a relationship?
The man is the final decision maker. He leads the relationship. He's the final decision. He's the final decision maker.
Okay. I don't think most women will want that.
You don't think that.
Want their partner to have the final
let's add a little
decision
bit
maker?
on and let's see
No,
what you
I
do
think
want.
they should want to be. I think they should want to be consulted, and they should be an equal.
You can
they
be.
should be an equal contributing party to major decisions.
I mean, someone is going to make it the decision, even if you think that it's. How can it be equal? Someone would still have to make the decision. You not going to
sure, but
agree
for
on
example, like I don't
everything.
think the man should have all the control.
No,
to make
not
the
not as
decision.
no one is saying that the man has control to make the decisions. The man doesn't have control. The woman can leave if she thinks that the man is trying to control her, right? So what I'm saying is, generally speaking, do you think that women they desire a man to lead the relationship? You said yes, and then you said, well, what do you mean
in that way? Well,
I know
it depends.
what my lead.
Yeah, when your definition.
Let me
of
just
lead,
add
no.
more context to it then. Let's put more variables in it. So I just made it very simple for you just to see.
Sure.
Okay, so what about the man being the head of household, the protector, the provider, paying the bulk of the bills? You think that most
paying the bulk of the bills. I mean,
women
I
want
think most women want to be financially secure, of course. I think that most men and women want to be financially secure. I don't think it splits so evenly down along gender lines. So no, I don't think that most women want to be subjugated to a certain position. I think that women want to be equal decision makers within parties.
Well, let's just focus on this part. You don't think that women want a man to be a protector and a provider? Generally speaking,
I think yes, they do. Yes, and I think that I think that men want that from women too. They want women who are able to protect as well things that they value.
Okay,
of course.
So
it's a two-way street.
Got it. So it's a two-way street. Explain how women can protect a man.
Directly protect a man. Having his best interest in mind, thinking, I don't know, like protect a man. Let's say that the man is somewhere where he doesn't, have access to other people, and he calls the wife being like, hey, can you call someone? I'm in a bad situation, and the woman is able to help him out in that way. I think absolutely. I don't think protection is always like a physical brute force. I think there are different ways of protection. I think there can be psychological protection. I think there can be emotional protection too. I think that helping someone be able to be, emotionally mature and emotionally intelligent can be a form of protecting them against themselves.
Maybe we're just using different words then.
Okay.
Would you say that men and women show protection differently then?
They can. Yes, sometimes they do, but I don't think inherently. I think that's a societal thing.
They can, sometimes they do, but you don't think it's inherently.
I don't think it's inherent. I think men could show emotional protection in a lot better ways, in ways that they are lacking.
Okay, you do concede that men are stronger than women, though, right? So
physically stronger.
So then
sure.
Men do have the ability to show protection by physically protecting her from the intruder when someone breaks in, by physically protecting her from the man that's looking at her with creepy eyes, or physically protecting her from herself sometimes. Maybe she, doesn't really see something, and the man sees it and he's like, no, don't go down there. I'm protecting you, woman. Or it's like, baby girl, don't go to the club and wear that with your single friends and be dressed all promiscuous. Let me protect you from yourself, because there's a lot of men that has nefarious ways and they may want to take advantage of you. So let me put some boundaries and some stipulations so you just don't live and let be live. Wait, what did you say before? You said live your life as you see fit. So what I'm essentially saying here is that as far as men having the monopoly on the physical protection, you would concede to that.
Physical protection in terms of like,
It's
I mean,
just
there can be
physical
equalizers
protection.
such as if women have weapons, if women have tasers, if women
I
have
mean,
pepper
if
sprays,
yeah,
things they often
men are
carry
better
to
at
protect
men are
themselves.
stronger ones, so they're better at cocking the gun back. They have better aim. So even with weapons, men are better at using the weapons. Men have better eye
I
hand
don't think
coordination.
an average.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. It's just the facts. When it comes to even
I don't think you pull an
the
average man
when it
off if
comes
he's going to be able to know how
what
to
are
use
you
a gun.
speaking about, bro? We have different standards in the military, different standards in the police force when it comes to men and women, what they need to adhere to the certain standard. The standards are much lower for women because they can't do the things that men can do. Generally speaking, is there
Okay.
one She-Hulk out there?
Sure.
For sure, but we're speaking about general now, right? So you would say that,
What does this have to do with relationships?
bro, we're speaking about men leading
Because a man
We're
can,
speaking about women wanting a man to lead the
and they should
relationship.
lead because they can beat people up better. They should lead because they're better able to beat
I'm
someone up.
pointing out one, but we're going to go through all of the things that you said.
Okay,
So we're going to get it all done because you think very tangential. I would need you to think linear. So I'm trying to help you out here. So again,
if a woman is, can I just ask a clarifying question?
Sure,
just so we're on the same page. Should a woman, do you think there would be something wrong if a woman, let's say, was stronger than a man physically? Would there be something wrong if she was in a relationship with a man who, let's think about that, I don't know, the She-Hulk example,
She-Hulk.
whatever, like so a woman who's strong, an athlete or something like that. If like a female athlete who's very strong, is in a relationship with a man who perhaps is not an
strong.
athlete, so
He's
is not strong. Do you think there's something wrong with that? Do you think there's anything wrong if they love each other, if they really, bond together, they have, good conversation, they really value each other's presence? Is there anything wrong with that? Okay, so it doesn't seem that it's necessary for a healthy relationship for a man to have the protective and physical brute force advantage. That seems to not actually
what you've
be
pointed
necessary.
out, what you did was you did an exception, and you're trying to make an exception a rule. So you just pointed out an exception. Time out. You pointed out an exception, and you went to make a rule out of that exception. We're not doing that. I'm not making a rule out of an exception. I'm proving to you that in general, men are physically stronger than women. You said yes. When it comes to protection, you also said that men and women show protection differently. You said that, well, a woman can do this to show protection. And really, we're just using two different words. I would say that how you explained a woman protecting a man and what you said, I would say that's like a woman like nurturing a man, not protecting a man. So when we're speaking about,
I think it's both.
Physical protection, generally,
not physical. I didn't say physical. Protection isn't just physical.
Once again, you're loosening the word of protection, and basically protection means anything. I'm saying that in my worldview, protection, men have the monopoly on protection because they are physically stronger. That's what I'm saying. In your worldview, protection means, oh, well, honey, I can go ahead and help you out with directions here. I can go ahead and do this.
Let me provide an example.
Okay, give an example.
Let me provide an example. No, do you think so? It is true that men who predominantly don't feel like they can talk about their emotions or feel that they always have to be stoic and can never show like any sort of emotional intimacy. Studies do show that those men are more likely to end their own lives if they feel they do not have that outlet. We can talk about that study. So would you say that it would be a woman protecting a man from himself if she is emotionally open to him and allows him to come to her with his problems and is open to having that conversation, lessening the chance that he self-harms or self-deletes?
Yeah, well, one, your hypothetical presupposes a lot of things. So, but I'll answer your.
It's an example.
Of it. No, well, your hypothetical presupposes things where I don't agree with your presupposition of what it presupposes. I'll let you know. Your presupposition is women having the ability to want a vulnerable man, and she's able to absorb all of the man's.
Not vulnerable. Well, vulnerable is a different word. Maybe emotionally intelligent, emotionally in tune, like
All right, yeah. So
emotionally
here's the
stable.
part of the
I think
conversation
that's good.
where, since we have entirely different worldviews, you're using words and it has meaning to it, and I don't agree with the meaning that when you're using these words. So let's just go.
Do you think a man should be emotionally
Yeah.
stable? Like, I
Okay.
don't know.
Cool.
Like,
Let's just go back to what we were speaking about, bro. Because he's. I don't agree with your presupposition. So
it's
real quick.
what do you disagree with the
I
presuppositions?
disagree. And your
Do you
analogy.
disagree with the factual claim?
Now, if you make the analogy, I mean, if you have the hypothetical, if you make a hypothetical, and we could strip it down to it's like strip everything away and just like some Narnia world, we could do that, and I could answer the question. That's different. I don't. I could just.
Oh,
I'll
and
go
then I
ahead
could
and
frame you as
no. I'll go
actually
ahead and
believing that,
no.
right? I could actually
I'll go
frame
ahead
you as
and grant
believing
your
that.
presupposition. That's what I'll do. I can go ahead and grant your presupposition.
So
We're
there-
we speaking about the presupposition.
Okay, so
We're not speaking about when I caught you in many contradictions and you lied. That's something totally different. Yeah, you did, Oliver. You
no,
lied.
you characterized it and heard
No,
what you
no,
wanted
not
to hear,
at all.
actually. So if you agree,
ahead.
hold
Just
on, maybe
make
you
the
don't agree. Do you
hypothetical.
agree with the
Go ahead.
factual claim? No, it's not a hypothetical. It's actually not a hypothetical. I'm just
Sure,
explaining
go ahead. Yeah.
a study, what it found. Okay, so what the study found is that men who don't express their emotions and adhere to more traditionally toxically masculine ideals are more likely to end
Okay,
their
stop
own
it there.
lives.
Stop it.
Do you disagree with that?
Okay,
Do you
stop
disagree
it
with
there.
that?
No, perfectly
Disagree with that?
fine. Men that don't
Yes.
have any outlets to express their emotions, they are the often themselves go up. And don't try to not use the S word. Use a different word because we're on YouTube. You said
Self-delete.
you said self-delete. I thought you said the other word. Okay, never mind. Maybe you didn't. Okay, self-delete.
Maybe I said the wrong word.
Okay, self-delete. Okay, fair enough. With that being said, sure, I'll go ahead and agree with that part.
Okay.
What I don't agree with is what you presupposed after that. You said that, well, men having an emotional outlet for men having an outlet to express their emotions would decrease the self-deletion rate. For sure. But then what you presuppose after that, well, if there's a woman in a relationship and she's being very open and allowing her man to express her emotions, his emotions with her, that would lead to better outcomes in a relationship. That what you presuppose there, I don't agree with, because I don't believe generally that women actually allow the man to express their emotions without feeling repulsed, without having some visceral reaction for a beta male or for a man that is being very vulnerable. Now, are there exceptions to the rule? For sure, there's exceptions to the rule. There's some women out there where they're okay with the man crying on them. Oh, honey, I just lost my job. Oh, what am I going to do? I can't find another job. Yeah, there's some women out there that's okay with it. Most women is going to be like, you're being so vulnerable and crying all the time. Like, be a man. Like, grow up a little bit. I would say, generally speaking, so that's an exception that you brought up. But generally speaking, most women do not want a vulnerable man crying on them all the time.
Okay, let me grant your presupposition, okay? Let's assume that you're right in saying that. Why is that the case?
Why is what the case?
Why is it the case?
Which
if we're
end?
assuming
The man or the woman?
Assuming the woman. If we're assuming that women view men who express their emotions or cry,
because
or
it ties
like
back
that
into what we're speaking about. Because women want a man to lead them, not a man that they're going to lead. Okay. It defeats your entire argument.
No. Wait,
you pose an example of a woman.
Let's assume it's the case.
Listen, Oliver, you just gave me an example of a woman wanting. It's an exception, and I said, well, sure, it can be some exception out there of some woman. She's okay with a man being vulnerable and crying all the time. Sure, that would be great, and that would.
Let's assume most aren't. Most
not
aren't.
Even,
let's even assume, for the sake of argument, most aren't. Why isn't why is it the case that most women aren't? And you said it's because they're not leading then they're weak leaders.
No,
is that kind of the thing?
That's not what I said. I'll repeat it back so you have it clearly. The reason why women are not okay with men being vulnerable, generally speaking, men really don't want to bait it. They don't want a vulnerable man to cry all the time and complain and talk about all of their problems. You know why they don't want it? Because they'll rather have a man that can lead them. Once again, this topic of the debate, Oliver, let's bring it up. The topic of the debate is men leading relationships If men leading relationships and the nation is what's best for society. My point is men leading relationships is what's best for society. Yours is no, men leading relationships in a society is not what's best for society. So therefore, it's up to you to prove
Yes,
to me.
necessarily.
So yeah, the affirmative is on
Correct.
you. You have to prove to me how women.
Wait, you're in the affirmative. You're in the affirmative. The claim is men leading relationships in the nation is what's best for society. That would mean you're the affirmative. So you would have to prove that men leading relationships is what's best
Oh,
for
perfect.
society.
Yeah, I just proved it now. You are actually. No, you are
No,
correct. I just proved
you
it now.
didn't. How you did not
I just
prove it.
actually
You,
proved it now.
how did you
Okay,
prove
so
it?
let's just walk through it again.
You just
Let's
said
just walk through it again.
it's
Totally
right
fine.
because women think men are
No,
weak if they cry. That's what you're saying because they want a man.
You've already granted it. You generally speaking, you believe that women want a man to lead the relationship. You said yes.
No.
You said
I
yeah,
did.
and then you said,
We're
what do you
operating
mean
on
by
different.
lead?
Hold on. Correct, because you
Got
used a
it.
different definition, and as soon as you defined your definition more clearly,
Nope.
I disagreed
No.
immediately. If what you mean
Nope.
by lead is confidence, if what you
Nope.
mean is
Nope.
self-esteem, is being
Oliver,
motivated,
we
is
were
being
going
driven,
through
then absolutely they want that, and I want that in a
Oliver,
woman
we were
too.
going through all of the variables within what is leading. We stopped at the variable when we spoke about protection and providing and the physical aspect of, I said that men have the monopoly on protection. They do have the monopoly on physical protection. I said how you perceive protection, I would say that's nurturing, right? So nurturing isn't leading. Nurturing is assisting.
I think it can be.
Isn't
Hold on, it
leading.
can be.
Nurturing is assisting. It's
It
in a
absolutely can
support
be. Hold on.
role.
No. Wait a second. Wait a second. No. Wait a second. Hold on.
I'll
Do you think
explain why.
do you think
I'll
teachers lead their
explain
students?
the
Do you think
principle.
teachers lead their students? Do you think teachers lead their
Do
students?
teachers
Do you think
lead their
teachers lead
students?
their students?
And what?
Yes, towards conclusions.
Towards
to teach
conclusions,
them.
for sure.
Lead them towards
Sure.
the truth. Lead them towards education. Yes. Are they doing it in a nurturing way?
No,
Largely. Or do a lot of teachers nurture their students?
Nurture their. Okay, so here's what you're doing.
Teachers nurture their students, and it's in a leading way.
This is a false dichotomy. It's totally false because it doesn't.
You're
map
making
on.
the false dichotomy between lead and nurture.
No, it doesn't map on at all. What you're saying is, do you think that these women are leading their students, leading one way, and then you flipped it and said, well, they're nurturing the students. I'm pointing out clear distinction between nurturing and leading. When we're speaking about, you like to put everything together in one little box. No, we have to look at the differences in things. That's what we're doing, but you keep trying to put everything in one little box. So let's go ahead and point out the differences again. When we're speaking about this, when we're speaking about women lead, and let's just use your example. You said that, do you think that women teachers leading their students, which will be boy students and girl students, which they
Correct.
are younger.
Are they leading?
They are younger.
Yeah, are they leading? Correct, but they're still leading in a nurturing capacity.
No,
right?
Stop it. No, stop it. They are younger, right?
Okay. Can a woman date a man who's younger than her?
Bro, you say, can a woman date a man that's younger than her? Let's just play this real quick. No, a woman, it's an age range. A woman can't date a man she's 25. She can't date a boy that's 15 years old. So no.
Well, obviously, that's not what I meant.
So great. So look at what I'm trying to point out. I'm glad that you actually asked that question because I'm trying to point out how dumb your analogy or your example was, because you're talking about women leading children. We're speaking about men and women and men leading women, not children. What are you talking about, Oliver? Your example just doesn't map on properly.
No.
Yes. Your example does not.
Here's what I was trying to do.
It doesn't map on properly at all, Oliver. You are entirely incorrect.
It does.
Okay, point that out.
The point I was trying to make is that you are making a false dichotomy between leading and nurturing. And that if a woman is nurturing her man through ensuring that he has an outlet to be emotionally vulnerable, she is inherently not leading. A woman can both lead and nurture at the same time, the same way a teacher can both lead and nurture at the same time.
Got it.
That was my point.
So
there's no false analogy being made.
The false analogy, I'll point out the false analogy again. The false analogy is very, very, very easy and simple here, Oliver. You said that we're speaking about leading. You pointed out that you made an analogy to women. We're speaking about leading and men leading women. You made an analogy to women leading children. Of course, they're leading
Hold
children.
on, because
Of course
no,
they're leading
that's not
children.
what I did. You
one
misunderstood my analogy. You
When
misunderstood
we're
my
speaking about
analogy.
the
Yes, you did.
comparatives,
Women
stop it.
can lead by
Stop it.
nurturing, and
They
men
can
can
lead
lead by nurturing.
children.
That was my
Stop
point.
it. They can lead
And
children.
men.
Oliver, you are
And
wrong. No,
men.
they can't. You are talking about children.
Yes, they
can
can.
lead children and they can nurture children. Yes, they can because they are older. But I'm trying to tell you, you don't know what.
Why is that a relevant difference? You pointed out a difference. You didn't prove why it is necessarily relevant.
Your mind is, you look very, very silly right now, bro. Of course, women can lead children and nurture children. That isn't the argument.
Okay. Do you want to make it adults? Do you want to make it adults to make it easier? Let's say that there's an older professor. I'll make it adults for you.
Stop it. Let's get it back on track.
Is this so okay, yeah, you don't want me to show up.
No, I'm showing you that what you just said is stupid. Let's get it back on track because you're going down a path where you're just looking dumber and dumber.
No.
So here's what I'm saying.
No. Let's make it adults then.
Totally fine. We're speaking about leading and nurturing. When I said,
correct, they can happen at the same time.
When I said leading, once again, I tied leading into what the woman wants from the man. Generally speaking, most women, like you conceded, they want a man to lead them. You said yes. Then we
no, because we're operating on different definitions. We're operating on different definitions. You can't do that.
Think linear.
Okay, well then I reject that.
Stop it. Think linear, bro.
Then don't put words in my mouth.
No one's putting words in your mouth, bro. But as I'm making my point, let me go ahead and land it to what I'm doing. So once again, so we can get it back on track. No one's mischaracterizing, and I'm going to show you how I'm not mischaracterizing it. But just wait patiently. Have some patience, right? So one, we're speaking about leading, and men leading a relationship versus women leading the relationship, and who would be best at leading that relationship. You conceded that generally speaking, women want men to lead. What we disagree on, let me finish. Why are you saying no yet? You're gonna say yes.
Because I disagree that women want men to generally lead.
So you actually do disagree with that.
You're wrong from the start.
Okay, so now you're switching.
It depends what you mean. It depends. No, I didn't say that because we're operating on different definitions of lead.
Let me get there. That's what I was just getting to. So my definition of lead.
So then don't say I agree with your definition.
I never said that. No, I said your definition of lead.
You literally.
No, I'm in your worldview, Oliver. I'm not in mine. I'm in your worldview. Got it. So.
Okay, well then you can't one-size that because I also think by my definition, men want women to lead. You got to listen,
bro, because you're all over the place. I'm critiquing your worldview. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing it.
Well, you're not doing it very well because you're only using one side.
It's very simple, Oliver. So once again, here's what you said because this is your worldview. You said that you do believe in general, women want men to lead, but your definition of leading is just different than my definition of leading.
No. Wait, hold on. No, not exactly. No, because
you're lying, man.
No. I'm not. Hold on. No, because I think that when we're talking about lead, I don't think women. Wait a second.
Why are we arguing about
Let me be clear. Let me be clear.
Stop it. Why have we been arguing about the differences of men and women leading for the past 10 minutes? Obviously, you believe something different than I believe when it comes to leading. Is that correct?
Sometimes. Hold on. Because I think that women want men to lead sometimes. Men want women to lead sometimes because it depends what you mean by lead.
And you've already stated, I wish, chat, when he lies, can someone give me the timestamp? You don't even got to send in the super chat, but give me the timestamp because it'll be good that we bring it up and show what he originally said because now he's just switching up what he originally said. If that's the case, Oliver, then we wouldn't been arguing for the past 10, 15 minutes about the differences between men and women leading and
then wait, why would I argue?
And protection versus nurturing. We wouldn't have been arguing about that if you didn't say that. Generally speaking, women do want men to lead. The only reason why we were arguing.
Sometimes, and men want women
generally,
to lead.
that means most women want men to lead. There's exceptions to every rule.
That's not. But wait a second. You're using the word lead as mutually exclusive, as if only one person can do it, and it happens the whole time.
Okay, so we're speaking about
men can lead sometimes.
Okay, so now
women can lead sometimes. That was my claim.
No. That's different now. So now you're adding things in. Once again, my question was clear. Do you believe that, generally speaking, most women want a man, they desire a man to lead? The reason you said yes, and the only reason why we started arguing all of this is because you said, wait, what do you mean by lead? And I gave you some definitions and some variables, what I mean by lead: protection and providing, men making the final, men being the final decision maker, so forth and so forth.
And I said no, and I pushed back against that.
That is great. You push back on some of these things. But the reason why we're having this discussion is because you said yes to women do want men to lead. That's what you said yes to. Now, the arguments, the debate, what we were just having is the differences of leading. You think leading is this way. I think leading is that way. But no matter how you think it is, the point that I'm making is you still think that women generally want a man to lead. So we can just stop there. We really don't have to take it to the variables because you actually concede the debate on this. Because the first...
No, I don't.
I'll explain
why real quick.
Here we go. Let's just explain. In the first discussion, earlier in the convo, you said that before a nation starts, a relationship starts. That's what you said, right? Okay, so
sure.
Before a nation starts, a relationship starts. Correct. Now let's walk through.
And relationships are different than nations.
Let's walk through the logic, right? You just conceded and said women... Oh, hold up. Let's bring up the topic of the discussion because this is very funny because it's very simple. We ain't even got to do that much talking. The topic of this debate was, is men leading relationships and the nation is what's best for society? You said that you don't think that is what's best for society, but you did. Stop it.
Inherently.
Stop it. But you did disagree because here's the end of this discussion. It doesn't even matter how we view the differences of leading. It really don't even matter because here's what you conceded.
Well, of course it does.
Stop it. Here's what you already conceded to. Let me just finish. Let me land my plane. And if you have some disagreements to it, we'll get into it.
Sure.
The topic I'll repeat it again for the chat. The topic of the discussion is men leading relationships and the nation what's best for society? You think that is not what's best for society. What's best for the nation. Correct. You just confirmed that women they want a man to lead relationships. You also said that
as the sole person.
Stop it.
No, but this is wrong. Okay, but you're incorrect on this.
Listen, that is what you said. I know our definitions of leading is different. Totally fine.
Because you're using leading as mutually exclusive.
Stop it.
I don't think it's mutually exclusive. Two people can lead at the same time.
Are there ever any two leaders in
men leading?
How many CEOs are there?
Yeah. Hold on. Fine. You can actually. There can be multiple.
Yeah, no. There's
people
one.
at the top.
There's
okay,
a final decision maker.
Board of directors.
There's one final decision maker. So let me just finish my conclusion.
And I don't think that businesses are the same as relationships.
It's funny, chat, because when people interrupt, they know that they lost here. He know that his.
Because you're mischaracterizing.
No, I'm not. You know that he totally lost and he's just trying to move the goalposts because they get emotional. So let me just finish it. You've agreed in the beginning of the podcast, before a relationship starts, a nation starts. So what would be best for a relationship?
Opposite way around, right?
Before a relationship starts, a nation starts. In order to have a good...
What? I thought it was the other way around.
What?
But before a relationship starts, a nation starts? I think you said relationship.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad. Sorry. You got it right. Thank you. So before a nation starts, a relationship starts. Thank you very much. And thank you, you helping me destroy you. Before a nation starts, a relationship starts. With that being said, he agrees that women want the man to lead the relationship. The topic of this discussion.
Sometimes.
Generally, they do. The topic of this discussion is which is better.
Sometimes. Generally, they want
which is better, men leading a relationship in nations he already knows that women want the man to lead the relationship. So obviously it will be best if they lead the nation as well.
No.
Because before
What? No.
before a
How do you
nation
think that
does follow,
follows?
before that
No.
follows perfectly, and that's what you didn't
No.
want me to get
No.
to, because you already
No.
agreed to
Absolutely
this.
not.
No,
Just 'cause
stop
something
it.
happens
Look,
after?
you already
No.
agreed to before a nation
Are you
starts, a
saying that-
relationship starts. And if women want,
Sure, and that doesn't mean everything maps
let me just
on.
finish my sentence and then. Okay,
How many
time out.
people are
Let
in
me
a
just finish my
relationship? No,
sentence
no,
and-
no. How many people are
Great,
in a relationship?
that's totally fine. Let me just.
2?
Great.
How many people are in a
Great,
nation?
great.
More than 2.
Great. Let me just go ahead and finish my sentence and then you can rebut, because I never got it out and you trying to cut me off because you don't really want me to get it out, because this destroys your entire worldview and this point of the debate, right? So you've conceded before a nation starts, a relationship starts. You said that the woman wants a man to lead relationships. The topic of the discussion is
Sometimes.
generally, most of them do.
You're
Most of them do.
mischaracterizing. Sometimes and
Most of them
sometimes
do.
and generally are not mutually exclusive.
Okay, so
They're
now,
at the
yo, chat,
same
he's just
time.
moving the goalposts.
Generally,
Look.
some general. No, it wasn't.
Yo,
No, it
you're just
wasn't.
moving
No,
the
it was not at
goalposts.
all.
You've
It was not
already
at all.
conceded
I
and
was
said,
not.
generally
You and
speaking,
I-
most.
you and I have
Oliver, did you not
women-
say that most women
You're right.
want men
Sometimes
to lead
want
the
men to
relationship?
lead. Sometimes. I'm sorry I didn't add that
Oh, so
word in.
now
because
you're
I don't
adding
view
in
leadership as
sometimes.
mutually exclusive. No, because you used a
Okay, so now you're
characterization
adding in
of leadership
sometimes.
that is
So here's
mutually
what we
exclusive.
get with these
No, because
male
your definition of
feminists. They
leadership means
moved the
only one
goalposts
person can
because he
lead.
know he was
One
taking
person
the
can
L.
lead.
It
No,
was
you
very,
just don't
very
understand
simple.
multifaceted
No, you
decisions.
added this in later.
You don't understand
Oliver,
multifaceted definitions.
Oliver, it's totally fine.
You're using a
spoke about
singular
this right now,
definition.
bro, for 15 minutes, and you just added this in the last 2 minutes. So why are you just adding this in now, Oliver? Because you know you've lost this part of the debate.
No,
you did.
No, I didn't. Because
So you're like, wait, time out.
defining it
Well,
in
anyone
an
can
incorrect
lead,
way.
the man and a woman. They can lead at these times
Yes.
and lead at these times. Now you're adding stuff in.
Correct. Thank you. No, that was what I meant.
But you didn't
all
say it,
along, because if
Oliver.
you
How?
wait a second,
Oliver, you
no,
didn't say it.
because hold on, you asked it one way around. You asked it one way around. You asked it, do women generally want men to lead? If you had asked me the same question, do men generally want women to lead in a relationship? I also would have said yes. You only asked 50% of the equation and are assuming that it's 100%. That's the issue I have. So yes,
you believe that generally speaking, men want women to lead the relationship.
Yes, and men and women want men to lead, because leading, you can co-lead.
You can co-lead.
It's a partnership. That's what I think relationships are.
Relationship
Yes.
is a partnership.
There we go.
Okay. Actually, this is even better.
Good.
Let's just, since you added this in, you know what, chat? He added this in late, but it's okay. We'll go ahead and let him add it in. His argument is still going to be defeated. So let's just go ahead and add it in. Totally fine. So with that being said, if men generally want women to lead the relationship, now we're just going to speak about lead. We're going to go through all of what we were speaking about before, and we're just going to do it now, right? So what's some ways do you think that men want the woman to lead them? Give me some aspects of that.
Sure. I think there's a lot of different ways. I think men are very severely out of touch with our emotions, specifically.
Nurturing?
Men often are not very emotionally
Okay,
intelligent.
everything you're saying
And
is nurturing, bro.
hold on. And I already established that leading and nurturing are not mutually exclusive, that you can lead and nurture at the same time. If you would like to go back to an example that doesn't use people who are younger in order to
Stop it. You've already said, no one is saying that someone can't lead and nurture at the same time. I've never said that. That's what you
Women
said.
can do that.
No, that's what you said. I've never said that. You're just putting this out there. Just like the analogy that you gave. You said that, well, women can lead some children and nurture children. Yeah, they can lead children. They can nurture children. I do not believe that the majority of men, most men, want a woman to lead. I don't think that the majority of women. I'll give you my definition. Because I guess you're so like, everything fits into a definition with you, bro. Like if you say pancakes, you could probably put eggs in there, some bacon in there. Like it's like everything fits into your definition. So I'll just give you my definitions and you can attack mine then if you want, because It could be
I
the
don't really
same
think there
way.
should be a leader in a relationship if it's mutually exclusive. So if you want to say that only one person can lead in a relationship, then I just reject the idea that there should be
No,
a
no, no.
leader in
So
a
here's
relationship.
what
I
you're
think it should be a
doing. Here's what you're
partnership
doing.
between two people.
Once again, Oliver, you're making a prescriptive when we're speaking about a descriptive. You're saying that you don't think men should. You don't think that it should be one leader. That's not the argument, Oliver. We're
Hold on.
speaking about descriptively. I'm saying that do you think, like how it is currently, do you think that generally speaking, most women want a man to lead? Not that they should want a man to lead, but do they actually want a man to lead? That's what we're speaking about.
Under your definition of leadership, no.
Okay, totally fine. Under my definition of leadership, where there's a man that's the protector, the provider, they would prefer a man.
Sole decision maker,
Prefer a man.
decision of who wears
No,
what out of the house.
that's not what I
decision of who
said. Let
spends
me go
money
ahead and
where.
finish.
Yeah, I don't think
I could
women
go ahead
want
and
that.
give you mine right now because we really didn't tackle it. I was just throwing stuff on the wall so you can answer some of my questions. But let's just get into it now, right? Since
Okay.
we're speaking about leading. So here's what I believe. Generally speaking, women desire and they want a man to lead. Generally speaking, are there exceptions? And one leader, not them leading two, but one leader, meaning that the man makes the final decision and she trusts his decision, because if this is a man that she chose and he has good characteristic traits of leading, then why wouldn't she trust his decision as being the final leader, the final decision maker? I think that most women in general want this characteristic trait in a man of leading. Also leading in there is protecting and providing. Protection, I'm talking about physical protection. The man, a knock at the door late night, the woman is not going to prefer that she gets up and handle that knock at the door. Most women will prefer that the man gets up and handle that knock at the door. Most women will prefer that if a man slaps her butt, that her man is going to chase that guy down and beat him up. That's what most women would prefer. Most women wouldn't prefer if another man slaps her butt and he's just sitting there and looking at her and they're like, well, are you going to say something to him? Are you going to do something?
Well, wait a second. I would
just lay
actually.
my plane.
Well,
I'm
hold
giving you.
on. Can I push back? Can I push back against that or not? Because I don't think that's right. But okay.
Okay, sure. You can push back on
I
this
don't
one.
think most women would want the man to go. I don't think most women would want the man to go beat up the other guy who did that. I think the woman would want the man
What I'm
to
saying is protect
comfort her and be like, are you okay?
The
What
beating
would you
that
like
was
me
the
to do? Okay,
extreme.
well
I'm
then
speaking about
I don't think
confront the
protection.
man.
I don't think
Confront.
protection. Okay,
Confront the
fine.
man is protecting the woman.
I don't think women always want. I don't think women always want a man to confront the person who did that. Some women might just want to move on. If you go beat up
I
the
know
other
that
man,
some women
that
would,
institutes a whole bunch of other
Oliver, leave you all
consequences.
over the place. I know. Stop thinking about exceptions. I do know that there's some women. Stop it, Oliver. Just listen, so we can have a good, constructive conversation, because you're not listening. So I do know, and I would agree with you. Yeah, there's a woman out there, and if a man grabs her butt, maybe she wouldn't care that if her man didn't confront that man.
Not that she wouldn't care.
Or she wouldn't. She would be indifferent about it. It'd just be like,
indifferent.
I don't think that this is your obligation.
The solution isn't always violent.
No one's saying violent. No one's saying violent. Just confront. Confronting doesn't have to be violence. Why are you insinuating all of these things, Oliver? Here's what I'm saying. No.
Well, you said beat him up. So
I went to an extreme, and then I said confronting. Totally fine. So here's what I'm saying. There's exceptions to every rule, Oliver. So of course there's a woman out there. I'm sure she would be like, I don't think that a man is obligated to protect me if a man comes up and slaps my butt. I don't think that a man is obligated.
No.
Bro, that's the example that I made, Oliver.
First off, here's the problem: is we're assuming that you and I both know what women want. When if I were to go out on a limb, and frankly, I'm going to admit I don't know because I'm not a woman, and I guess we haven't asked the woman on this. If someone were to assault you in a club, let's say grab your ass while you're walking around, a guy were to do that, would you rather have your man, chase that man down, like confront him, or would you rather have him first, like confront you, or not confront, comfort you, talk to you? Hey, are you okay? What would you like to do? Would you like to go home? I think that would largely
most women would want that.
Women would want.
Okay, so here's where we're different.
Yeah,
that's totally
absolutely.
fine. And I'm sure you would want something like that because you're a male feminist. You have a feminine nature about you. So I'm sure that you can't see a world where you do
right.
have a feminine nature about you, Oliver. You don't care if your chicks get plowed
Ooh.
by
Oh,
many
no.
men. You don't care that a man
terrible,
should be
yeah.
obligated to protect their woman. You don't even think that a woman.
I didn't say that, but all right. Men should be obligated. I think partners should be obligated to protect each other. Absolutely. I think those who are stronger have an obligation to protect
Yeah,
those who are weaker.
got it.
Sure,
So
absolutely.
once again, your definition of protection is different than mine. So remember, I'm trying to make this easier of a conversation, and we're going to stick because I can actually define things. You can't define anything. You throw like everything in the box. So let's just stick with my and this is when you can attack what I believe as the definition. Can't attack anything as your definitions because you don't have a definition. And when you do make a definition, you lie. You go back and say, oh, well, I didn't say that. So I'm trying to like give you some leeway here and say, hey, I see that you lack like some mental capabilities. So let's go ahead and think about it. Let's go ahead and have the conversation.
Yeah, whoever
about
starts
this.
making the ad hominems
No, it's
is
no
clearly
Fugazi.
losing the debate.
No, it's no Fugazi podcast. I don't know if you actually watched any of my podcasts because I actually think that there's two ways of having a conversation. When you make ad hominems means that, well, you're not attacking the argument, you're more so attacking the person. You're not attacking what. Listen, let me finish. I'm going to, and I did say it in the beginning of the podcast, but you didn't understand. So let me educate you real fast how there's many different ways to have an argument. Then we're going to get back to the discussion. So there's ways in your debates that you had with Andrew Wilson, that you had with these other people, right? Which is, they all attacked what you said. Anytime you attack why someone says something, that is known as, well, that's an ad hom. Like, why aren't you attack?
No.
Let me finish.
Not at all. You can attack why I'm saying. You call me intellectually challenged or not mentally equipped.
Let me go ahead and finish my point, bro. So there's many different ways to argue something. You can attack me saying that you're mentally incapable is attacking the why. The reason why you can't follow the conversation. That's what I'm saying. You interpret it as an ad hom, but it's me actually attacking the why. So what I'm saying that
the reason you can't have this conversation is because you're fucking stupid. I'm actually attacking the why.
There's two ways of having an argument. You can attack the what and you can attack the why. You've only debated people that attack the what. This is no Fugazi podcast. On here, we don't give a freak about ad hominems. We'll attack the what and we'll attack the why.
You don't. This is not a debate podcast.
The what?
This is a berating podcast.
Stop it, Oliver. We'll attack the what and we'll attack the why. Do you know that when you watch political debates, they attack the what and they attack the why? All of the debates where you watch where there's Trump versus Harris and all of these things.
Do they ever get into meta ethics in those debates? No. Did they ever get into meta ethics in those debates? Did they ever just say when someone says the economy is good?
What are you speaking about?
No, it's not. What do you know what
are
meta
you
ethics is? I don't think you do.
Why do you think something is good? Why do you think?
What? Do they ever ask that in a presidential debate? Do they ask
why do you think they insinuate things and they don't ask these questions because they just attack? So they attack the why. If you peel the layer back, Oliver, stop it, bro. Just listen, bro, because you silly right now.
Yeah.
It's very simple, bro.
You're silly.
We can have a discussion about the what and we can have a discussion about the why. When I speak about the why, you just internalize that as ad hom. I'm saying that you can internalize it as ad hom. That's totally fine. But at the end of the day,
you said this because you're a fucking idiot. That's the why.
No one said idiot.
I'm not attacking you. I'm just
no one said idiot.
Why.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Oh,
you said
sorry.
that.
You're not mentally equipped to have this conversation. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's so divorced from saying you're a fucking idiot.
No. Yeah, idiot is a derogatory term, which is much different.
The why.
That is much different.
Mentally
but anyways, let's get back on the topic because I guess you needed some education on the difference between attacking the what and attacking the why. Over here at No Fugazi, this is
all ad homs.
You can attack the why, Oliver. I don't care. Like this is. It's not no formal debate. It's no Fugazi podcast. And even the formal debates, they still attack the why. That's what I'm trying to say. They still make ad homs. It's all about if you're sensitive to the why and how they're attacking it, then you can internalize that. This is ad hom. That's
true.
But anyways, let's get back to what we were speaking about when it comes to men leading the relationship and how you internalize leading and how I internalize leading, and it's totally much different. So once again, as I was stating my definition, since you can't give any definitions of leading, I'm going to finish, right?
Do you want me to? I can give a definition of lead. Do you want my definition
because
of lead or
everything
not?
is thrown. We tried that last time.
You
It didn't
don't,
work.
okay.
Yeah, we tried that last time. It didn't work. So let's just follow.
No, you didn't actually really ask me. I was just refuting your definition of leadership. You're right. I actually didn't put one forward.
Actually gave forth your definition of leading by putting in nurturing and leading.
No, hold on. That can be an example of leading, but that's not the essence of leading. You can lead without being nurturing. So nurturing is not necessary to leadership. Leadership, in my eyes, is like setting a trajectory, kind of mapping out a path of where something goes. And part of leadership is being the final decision maker. And I think that within relationships, there should not fundamentally be one person who is always the final decision maker. I think that it should be between my definition of people.
Leadership. So now he agrees with my definition of leadership.
Hold on.
But he moves the goalpost so much.
No.
Oliver.
No.
20 minutes ago, you just said that I do not believe that the man being the final decision maker is that's what women want, and that's like leading. That doesn't mean that
they don't.
That you're leading if you're the final decision maker. That's what you said. That's literally what you said. You said that you do not believe that leader. I gave you one definition. Actually, let's think about it. Stop it right here. You asked me to give a definition, and I made it very simple for you. But now,
I think it can be an aspect of it. It can be an aspect of it, of course.
Now it's an aspect. Oliver, you are disingenuous.
Of course it is.
So why did we have an entire conversation? Yo, chat, they probably already hate you, chat. They probably already hate you. Listen, why did we have an entire discussion?
I'm sure your chat
totally fine. Why did we have an entire discussion about leading if you actually agreed with my definition of leading from the beginning? Now you just moved your definition of leading stop it, Oliver. Stop it. You just moved your definition of leading. Stop it. No, you just moved. You said that
because people can operate under different definitions.
Then if it's an aspect of leading, then why did you reject my previous definition?
It can be. Because your definition was solely focused around that. It was necessary. Can anyone lead in your mind if they aren't the final decision maker?
That isn't what I said. That isn't.
So can someone lead if they're not the final decision maker?
That isn't what I said. That isn't what I said. So let's get it right.
So can someone be a leader without being the final decision maker?
So let's what I said.
It's a yes or no question, actually. You could answer the question, but
no, you're just making up stuff. So here's what I said. You asked me the question. No, you're just asking questions now when you're moving the goalposts. So you asked me the question, define leadership. I said, well, there's many definitions, but I'll make it simple for you.
Sure.
I said that a person that has, makes the final decision. You said that I don't believe that a person that has the final decision is a leader. And I said, well, there's more variables.
Within relationships, yes.
I said, well, there's more variables in there. Of course, we can get into those. The reason why we got into more variables, because you said that the person being the man, not just the person, the man being the final decision maker is not leading. Now you just put in your definition that leading is the person that makes the final decision. It's an aspect of it. So why did we argue for 20 minutes about leading if you agreed to my definition? This is what I'm saying, that you're disingenuous.
I don't agree with your definition. It can be an aspect that I don't think that is an inherent aspect of leadership, but it can be.
Since you have no definitions and you don't give a definition and then you use my definitions, let's make it very simple.
No.
Let's make it very simple. I'm going to give you my definitions and we're going to go from there.
Okay.
Totally fine? Good.
Fine.
So once again,
go for it.
When it comes to leading, and also for all the new people that came in, let me just go ahead and give you guys a insight of what we're debating about. Is men leading relationships and the nation what's best for society? He believes that it's not what's best for society. I believe that it is what's best for society. Men leading relationships and leading society. We had the discussion in regards to men leading relationships. He conceded that yes, women do want men to lead relationships. So if men do lead relationships, women will get what they want. But
not under your definition.
He went ahead and changed everything up and said, well, both parties can lead. The man can lead and the woman can lead. Well, if women...
Under my definition, yes.
It's an entire contradiction because you already said yes to certain things and then you're moving the goalposts. So if women do want men to lead relationships, the majority of relationships, women do want this, then why would they want to lead relationships also if they want them. It's just dumb. But he switched it up and he said, well, both parties can lead. It's a committee. It's a partnership. Women, he believes that women want both people to lead. Okay, so this is what we're debating about. We're getting into your worldview now because you've already lost that other leadership debate. We're going into this leadership of debate to where it's men and women leading. You agree that men and leading the relationship is what's best for society. And actually, men also, the majority of men want women to lead, and the majority of women want to be a leader and also want the man to lead. So you think that the majority of relationships
Correct.
in society, both men and women want a partnership. You believe that? Okay,
yes,
got you.
I do.
So let's just get it clear here. My definition of leading, you've already agreed to it, so we can just move on from that now.
Well, not from the, if we're talking about within relationships and specifically making the final decision, if that's an aspect of the definition of leadership among relationships, then I don't agree with that.
So only when it comes to
I think
nation.
that can be, that is that, hold on.
Okay, so only when it comes to the nation, but not when it comes to the relationship.
But not in relationship.
Okay.
Because there can be different definitions in different relationships for different things.
Okay, cool.
Absolutely.
But you already conceded that before a nation starts, a relationship starts. So in order for the relationship to be good, the relationship would have to be good. And if most women want a man to lead the relationship, then that must be what would be good for the nation because it's good for the relationship.
No. So should relationships be comprised of millions of people because nations are?
That's what nation. That's what.
So many
what is a society to you, bro? A society is structured under. Stop it. A society, a nation is structured under law, order, and it's structured. Well, that's one thing, and it's also structured under relationships. Can you really have a society if you're not having relationships? If men and women look at each other in a disdain way and they're not having genuine relationships? You can have
does the nation like
does
the nation go on dates?
You can have
does the nation
propose you can
to one
have
another?
A nation like that, but we're speaking about what's best. What's best would be what's best, right? Not even what's good. We're speaking about what's best. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, you're kind of like all over the place and move the goalposts so much, but I got a question for you because I want to know what you think. So, you think that the man and a woman leading a relationship, you think that's what's best for society? Okay.
Sure.
And do you think that some women, you do think that most women want this, but do you think that some women just want a man to lead a relationship and them not to lead?
Yeah, of course. There's some women. Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool.
Absolutely.
So so it's funny. Now he focuses on what he perceives to be the majority, and he excuses the exception to the rule, to his rule, but
I'm not excusing. How am I excusing? Absolutely those people exist. But yours is generally women want men to lead. If included in the definition of lead is always the final decision maker and makes all of those decisions, then I would say
you would say no.
If it is confident, protects, is financially stable, is, emotionally regulated, has a vision for the future, is motivated, then yes, I think most women want that. And I think most men want that as well out of their partner.
That's what you believe. Okay, cool. So now let's just get to the biology of men and women and how they're different. So you believe that women are more emotional than men, correct?
On like an aggregate level?
Okay,
no.
well, like, if you just Google,
what do you mean?
Okay, let's just say this.
You're talking about the mental abilities of men and women. They're like, it's basically statistically, if we look at like, I think men perform slightly better in spatial reasoning aspects.
Are women generally much higher in estrogen than men? Okay, cool.
Yeah, they are. Estrogen doesn't inherently make you more emotional, though, because testosterone can also make you emotional. Testosterone can make you aggressive. Testosterone can make you more responsive to certain types of stimuli and threats. The threat response goes up. So yeah, men and women are both responsive to their hormones. And
we're speaking about leading.
Act out.
So the man having a response to his testosterone and having an emotion towards his woman
could be bad.
to some stranger
It could be
slapping
bad.
his woman's butt, he's more likely to confront that man because he has testosterone. And women actually want
aggressively,
whether if it's aggressively or not, he's more courageous to confront him. We don't have to insinuate that it's going to be aggressive, but he's more courageous to at least confront the man. And we would say that women
I don't think that's necessarily
conceded
what's
and you
best.
said that women do want their man to confront the perpetrator that slapped her butt. You did say that confront.
No, not most. Not most. No. I did not say confront. No, absolutely not. I don't know, because I'm not a woman and I don't know most women. But I do think that, at least from the women that I've spoken to, what they primarily want is, in a situation where they are made vulnerable and they are touched without their consent, they want their man's
okay, well, if we're going off of
focus to be
anecdotal
on
experiences,
them,
I
not
had
to get
over
some sorts
700
of
women on my
cosmic
podcast, and they all want a man to lead.
justice. Okay.
Okay? All right, so
Fine,
if we're
okay.
going off of
All right,
anecdotal experiences, I win the debate, you lost. So why are we going off of anecdotal experiences?
Then what are you going off of?
What
if
I'm
it's not
going off
anecdotes?
of,
What are you going off
I'll
of? if it's
explain
not
to you what I'm
anecdotes?
going off of. I'm going off of this, Oliver. So when you look at estrogen, when you could just Google this, I'm not lying to you. You could Google it right now as we're speaking. Women have more estrogen, and estrogen is a correlation to women being more neurotic and acting out with their emotions. Also, women get their period each month, and they go through menopause, they go through postpartum, they go through all of these things that alter their emotions. So if we're speaking about leadership. Stop it real quick. If we're speaking about leadership, the person that has the ability to regulate their emotions and not always get in a fit would be the male, because he's less emotional.
No.
He's less emotional.
That's not true.
Okay, if that's not true.
Oh, really? Men are so emotional?
No.
Yeah, we've both kept our cool so much this entire debate. Yeah. You've been so emotionally regulated.
No, Oliver, you're just saying anything right now. No, Oliver, you're wrong. No one's saying any of that. We're speaking about relationships, Oliver, and we're two men on a podcast debating. Well, maybe we're not. Are you a woman? Okay,
no,
well, how does that correlate, since we're speaking about men and women? This is what I'm saying, bro. You bring up a dumb analogy.
Saying men are less
Stop
emotional,
it. You bring up a dumb analogy. It would have been better if you was a chick and you could have said, well, Cooley, well, maybe I think that you're more emotional than me on this debate. That would map on properly, Oliver, but we're two men. So you using that analogy does not map on properly. Stop it.
Men can get pretty emotional, and they often do.
What I'm saying is this: when we're speaking about leadership capabilities, when we're speaking about leadership capabilities and the ability to think logically and have reason, if the woman, if she's more emotional than a man because her biology produces more estrogen, she's just more emotional. She feels more emotions. And guess what? She feels more negative emotions. Nope. So it's not just more emotion, she's more neurotic. So that means that she feels more negative emotion. She's due to, and scientists already did studies on this, due to units of a situation. If there's a situation that happens, the woman, generally speaking, is more likely to have a negative experience versus a man due to said situation happening. They're more likely to have a negative experience. So if you are in a relationship, the person that's going to be the leader and lead is the person that's not emotional, having negative emotions, so they can think logically and reason and have some rationale. Do you think a leader?
So, can I respond now? You're going
no. Let me ask you a question. Do you think a leader?
This is great. You're going to ask me a question.
Great. Do you think a leader? Do you think one of the qualities in leadership is having the ability to make logical and rational decisions?
Yes, and I think men are often very illogical and irrational, and base a lot of
decisions men are definitely. There's a lot of men that's illogical. There's a lot of men that's not that rational.
Yeah.
But if we're comparing that to women, it's the same.
Yes, I want to go, but I think largely yes, absolutely it is. Hold on, let me go back.
Hey, Oliver, let me explain Oliver.
So you're talking about,
think that men and women? Stop it, Oliver. Stop it.
You just spoke.
I'm just asking you a question. This is a question in regards to what you just said, bro. Because it's illogical. If women are more emotional,
so illogical.
They're higher in estrogen. They experience more emotions.
That doesn't. Men are emotional too.
Are you?
Men have testosterone. It makes them act out. It makes them have anger issues.
Oliver,
it makes them kill themselves over talking about their emotions. That's what
Oliver,
they do.
Don't be slow here. Be wise. No one said that
Not being
men.
slow. I'm
No,
telling
be
you.
wise.
Oh,
Did I
wise.
ever say? Oh, no, stop
I
it.
think men are more emotional. They kill themselves
stop
over
it,
their
stop it.
emotions more than women do.
That's
More than
because they
women. Men are
express
more
emotions.
emotional
That's
because they
because
kill
they
themselves
express
more. Yeah.
emotions much differently.
They
So that's much
self-delusion.
different. So you think
Yeah,
that?
in a
Stop it,
bad
Oliver.
way.
So you're pretty much. You said that in a bad way. No, because men are physically stronger and men are
Yeah.
more courageous. When men experience emotions, stop
It's
it.
courageous for men to
No.
self-delete
Who
themselves.
did I? Is that an entailment? Is that
That's
an
what we were
entailment to
talking
what you
about.
just said? Or did you cut me off
Yes,
and make
because
that
I
an
said because they
entailment?
express
Stop
it
it.
in a
Is
bad
that an
way.
entailment to
No, because
stop
I
it?
was
Is
talking
that
about
an
it being in a
entailment to what
bad
you just
way.
said?
I said
Stop it,
bad.
Oliver.
You said they're
Is that an
courageous.
entailment to what
Oh,
you
I'm
just
sorry. You
said?
were
Or
responding to something from
no? Or
5 minutes
did you
ago.
just
Yeah.
cut me off and then make that an entailment? Which one is it?
You said courageous in response to me
No, you
saying that
said
it's
many
bad
things
because they
there.
express
You
their
said
emotions in
many
a
things
bad
there, Oliver.
way.
So
Oh, okay.
what was I?
My
What
bad.
was I
I was
saying?
just asking you a question
No,
at the
you
very
didn't.
end of my
No,
soliloquy and
you
expecting you to answer
concluded
all of
to
it. Yeah.
insinuate that I said something that I didn't say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if
Okay.
you know what I
So
was going to say, what was I going to say? You don't know,
you were
Oliver, so shut
talking
up.
about
Oliver, you
men are
don't
being
know, so
courageous.
shut up.
You were talking
Oliver,
about
you
being
don't know,
courageous
so shut
because
up.
men are
You're
more
just click farming, bro.
courageous.
You're click farming. You don't know,
Okay.
so just shut up.
No, I'm
Just shut up,
not.
bro. Just shut up and pay attention
No.
to the order
Okay.
of the
Yeah,
conversation,
this is
bro.
great.
Because now you don't
No.
know.
Okay.
You're
Yeah.
not following along.
I'll let you keep talking to yourself because you love your voice.
I'm going to ask you a question very simple, right?
Oh, okay.
Who has more
I'll try to keep
estrogen,
up.
men
My
or
brain's
women?
kind of slow. Women have more
Okay.
estrogen.
Who's more neurotic, generally speaking, men or women? Neurotic meaning that they look at.
Yeah, women are more likely to have threat assessment.
Okay.
Yeah, threat assessment. Women are more likely to respond negatively to emotions because they're more likely to be vulnerable in specific situations, and that leads them to have a higher threat response. I completely agree with
Stop
that.
it.
I
Stop
don't
it.
think
No,
that's
no, stop it.
inherently
Stop it.
negative
Stop,
towards.
stop
I don't
it.
think that's
Stop
negative
it.
towards.
I
I
want you
don't think
to
that's
answer the
negative towards
question.
leadership.
I want you
That
to
can be a
answer
good
the
thing.
question.
Oh my god.
Stop it. You trying to make a conclusion? That's not my conclusion. You just going off.
Yeah.
So now you
Oh, I'm
already
sorry.
said,
I'm making a conclusion that's not yours.
no,
Oh,
I'm not even asking
continue.
for that question. I'm not even asking for that answer. I didn't ask that question. You gave me an answer that I
Okay.
don't even want. I didn't even ask.
Oh, my bad.
So now,
Sorry, I didn't follow your flow chart.
Fair enough. Got it. So now you already said. Let's just walk it through. You already said that women are more women are more neurotic than men. Women have higher estrogen than men.
Yeah, at least
so therefore, they feel more emotions and more negative emotions.
No, correct. Well, no, not exactly. They can have a higher negative emotional response to certain types of things, but men also, if they have certain forms of testosterone and they get really riled up, they can absolutely act in a very aggressive way. And that can be bad. And it's actually worse when men lose control of their emotions.
Okay, so let's just walk through this again because explain to me how you're not saying that. Women are higher in estrogen. Yes. Women are higher in trait neuroticism. Yes.
I've already said they respond negatively.
Okay,
why are we going through this
again?
This doesn't mean they're worse leaders.
I didn't even
Can I
get
explain
to
why
that.
they're
I
not
didn't
worse
even get
leaders
to
because
that.
they're more
You don't even know where I'm getting to right now. You're just moving on.
I'm sorry, I'm not following your flow chart.
Totally fine,
Why do we have to go according to
we
your
could, we
script?
could go.
Can I say stuff
Totally
now?
fine, Oliver. After this, critiquing your worldview, I'll let you do the same. Fair enough.
Okay,
cool. We'll spend 5 more minutes on this, and then you can go ahead and do the same. Do the same thing I'm doing with you, and I'll answer all your questions. I don't mind because my logic is going to be consistent. There's not going to be zero inconsistencies, but there's many inconsistencies in yours.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, many.
Oh, all right, sounds good.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, many.
So,
okay, a lot of
if
them.
women are more emotional,
nope,
I'm sorry,
incorrect.
You are correct.
Estrogen and neuroticism, right? You said estrogen.
You are correct on that. I'll give it to you. I misspoke. If women are, they have more estrogen than men, and they're higher in trait neuroticism, right? So this would
on aggregate,
average, this would conclude that women feel more negative emotions than men.
Correct. Not exactly. They can have more if it's an emotion of threat. If it's a threat response, yes, then they do feel those types of negative emotions more strongly. That doesn't mean all emotions. It's primarily ones that are threat response. Okay. That's what it is because it's a physical weakness type thing. It's a physical disparity. Response. But yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
Got you. So who would be versus men and women? Who's more? Who do you think would have the ability to have more logic and reason? If
I don't think it's in. I don't think it's in here. Oh, sorry. Continue.
If women that you're saying is they're higher in estrogen, they're higher in trait neuroticism, so they're more likely to feel more negative emotions than a man when it comes to threats. And threats could be many things.
Yes.
Threats is a broad term. It could be just, a situation where they view it as not so favorable to them, how they perceive it. They will perceive these things as more negative. You would conclude that women tend to look at the glass half empty rather than half full more than men.
Yeah, women are so pessimistic.
No, you would agree to that.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Wait, time out. Oliver, none of your...
I don't think women are more pessimistic
one said pessimistic
than men.
What are you speaking about, Oliver?
You said glass half empty. That's
Oliver, if you just conceded, and not conceded, if you just agreed that women are higher in estrogen, and estrogen, if they're higher in estrogen, they are feeling more emotions than the man. Google it, Oliver.
No, incorrect. They can experience. They have a negative threat
and more negative emotions. No, that's neuroticism. Neuroticism is negative emotions. We're speaking about estrogen. Estrogen is more emotions. They're feeling more. Men have more testosterone. Yes, there's emotions there.
Leads them to more emotions.
Not more emotions than the woman.
A lot of emotions there.
And what we're comparing is who has the ability to make a logical and rational decision. It would conclude to a man because he's not viewing the world in a disdain way. He's viewing the world for as it is.
Yes, he is.
He's less neurotic than a woman.
No, he's not. Oh my God. Just because that, you know what he is? He's also more aggressive. He's also more likely to lose his cool in situations
Women don't lose their cool.
Like his masculinity is being threatened, and he has to.
That is totally incorrect.
They don't lose their cool.
I would say that women lose their cool more is because they have more estrogen, so they're more likely to think everything is attacking them. They're more likely to always be on the defense. You're just incorrect, bro. They're more likely to be on the defense. They are.
No. Okay.
Explain how.
What's more likely to lead? No. What's more likely to lead to a bad outcome? A man. Oh my fucking Lord, can I speak? What's more likely to happen? If a man loses his cool, is it worse, or if a woman loses his cool? What's worse? What leads to worse outcomes?
If a man loses his cool versus a woman loses her cool. Well, it all depends on the situation.
What's more likely to be to?
What's the situation?
Yeah, sure, but you can't speak in generalities.
No, what's the situation?
Okay.
Oh yeah, we're playing your game.
Fine.
What's the situation? Give the hypothetical.
Yeah. Apparently, you didn't want to play
I've been playing the game for a long time, so now we're going to reverse it.
Let's talk.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's talk.
What you want to talk about?
Let's talk about within a specific situation where force can be used. Is a man, if he loses his cool, more likely to use force, and is it more likely to lead him into a bad situation? What is more likely to happen if a man loses his cool? I don't know, in a bar.
Oh yeah, if a man a man loses his cool versus a woman losing her cool in a bar setting, is the man more likely to get into a physical altercation than a woman?
Yeah.
We already know this. This is facts. Yes.
Okay, cool. So men losing their cool because they're all, because whether or not they have higher levels of testosterone, which leads them to be more aggressive.
This doesn't even map onto what we're just speaking about, Oliver. We're speaking about who's more emotional and how that, and who would be more rational and logical, Oliver.
I'm not saying
who
women.
Who would be more logical and rational? So you believe that men and women are equally logical and rational? You believe this? Okay, so they're equally logical and rational. Okay, so besides the physical aspect, and I just want to get this clear for the chat, besides the physical, and it doesn't even make sense, how can men and women be equally logical and rational if he already conceded that women have more estrogen, men have more testosterone, but women are higher in trait neuroticism where they feel more negative experiences. So since they're feeling more emotions, they're more likely to act out negatively for those emotions. Now, the only reason why you think
opposite way, you didn't do the opposite. You didn't do the opposite. That's so fucking disingenuous. Oh my God!
Right now for you, Oliver. Let me do the opposite.
Men are more likely to experience negative emotions in terms of physical aggression.
They're more likely
to act aggressively because of testosterone.
We're speaking about
testosterone.
Wrong, Oliver. Wrong, Oliver. Wrong.
Absolutely.
What you're mapping on doesn't even make sense. And let me explain, because we're speaking over one another, and then I'll let you can give a rebuttal to this, okay? Because it needs to be clear right now. So what you are saying is that men and women both feel the same emotions, and they both, not the same emotions, but the capacity.
Not the same emotions.
Their capacity of emotions is equal.
And logic
and reason is even. Okay. And this is why you think that men and women both should lead relationships. It should be equal.
No,
You-
not necessarily for everything. No, wait, hold on. I think they should be individual. Let me say,
All right,
it's an
Oliver.
individual basis. Not every relationship. Hold on, not every
Let
relationship.
me see
is
where the
50-50.
chat's at.
You're asking me to
Let me
prescribe on
listen,
every
Oliver,
relationship.
you all over the place
You're
now,
not,
bro.
oh my God.
Let's go with the chats. Take a breather, and we get back on topic.
You assume that I'm making prescriptions.
All right, cool. Let's get to some super chats real quick, bro. Because and we'll get back to it because you're all over the place. You're so disingenuous, and now you're changing words of.
Oh, I'm sure.
You're changing what you previously just said, and I mean it's cool.
I didn't,
Oliver.
because
It's
I
okay.
don't think that one size fits all for everyone.
Oliver,
You're asking me, do I think it's best if every relationship
It's okay.
is 50-50
We got a lot of super
co-led
chats.
by
Let's just
both
get to them.
people? And I didn't
I'm going
say
to
that.
remember this point because this is still the part of the discussion that I want to debate. So we're going to get to all of this. So just stay right here. We got welcome. We got a Wick Kid Dreams 187. Welcome to the gang, man. Shout out to you. Appreciate you for supporting the podcast. We got Ayo 08. Welcome to the gang. Is this a chick?
No Fugazee.
I don't know if it's a chick. It looked like a chick in the picture, but it could be a dude. You got long hair. I don't know what you are. But if you are a female, then hey, welcome to the squad as well. We ain't got a lot of females in here, but we do got some. We got a lot of females that support. We got FB says in $10. Oliver lied about Andrew Wilson. He clip farmed him to make it look like he supports SA. What really happened was Andrew Wilson asked him a hypothetical question to reduce his claim to absurdity. Yeah, I seen that. Oliver, question. I know Andrew Wilson, and Andrew Wilson I would consider him a good friend of mine. You did post a clip in regards to painting Andrew Wilson to look bad, like not in the right light. It was disingenuous. You know that he was attacking. He was asking you a hypothetical, and he wasn't actually insinuating himself that he agrees with SA. He was asking you a hypothetical, but you posted a clip on your Instagram and on your TikTok. We can bring it up. That was after he made his hypotheticals and all of that. He was just making fun of you about your silly answers to his hypothetical. Are you here? Do you want to apologize to Andrew Wilson on you being a slimy, slickery snake there and clipping up that to make him look bad? You want to apologize to Andrew Wilson? You don't want to.
No, I don't. Would you like me to?
You can explain why.
I would like. If you'd like,
sure.
I would explain. Sure. So no, I did not paint Andrew Wilson as saying that SA was a good thing. In fact, in the clip, if you watch he explicitly stated he was not saying it was for SA. He's like, I'm not defending SA, but that a good of.
No, real quick, Oliver. Since it's
I'm
going to give the floor to yours. Since there's I didn't know that a lot of people were speaking about this. They're all saying this, so I'm going to give. I've seen the clip, but let's hear what you want to say. I'm going to let you explain yourself. Okay. But first, I'm going to go ahead and.
What does this have to do with this debate? We're having a debate about feminism. Why are we talking about We're having. Okay. All right. What I was specifically talking about within that context was Andrew said that a good of SA is orgasm. That's what he claimed. A good of it could be, and that some women could be SA.
Oliver, that isn't what he claimed. And he was doing an internal critique on your worldview, and that's what you claimed.
No, hold on. He was saying a good. No. I didn't claim that. I never claimed that. Here's the context he was trying to give. I was saying that premarital sex was that is good for some people. And what he was trying to do is make a critique of my logic by saying, well, since some women enjoy being SA'd, therefore can we really say it's bad because it's good for some people? Completely neglecting the fact that orgasm doesn't make SA good for a woman. In fact, it can make it a lot worse. So no, absolutely not. There was not. No, it's not. That's not at all how that happened. But that's not even related to this debate.
Okay. People asking for it, so I'm not going to do it unless because it's me and your conversation. But since they're asking,
let's have a conversation.
Just listen, man. Calm down. What I like to do here is, and we've already agreed to it before we started the podcast. I said when there's super chats, I'll go ahead and read them. And if there's any, and you even said if there's anything that pertains to you, you are okay to give a response to. You said the things that really don't pertain to me, I'm not going to give a response to.
Are personal attacks. Yeah. Personal attacks, people attacking me
this
directly.
This does pertain to you, right? In regards to this, I got many super chats asking about this. I'm going to go ahead. Are you cool with me playing a portion of that and we can clear the air up?
I think it doesn't relate to this debate.
I'll just go ahead. I mean, you guys had the same debate in regards to feminism. So, I mean, it
was an entirely different conversation. Why are we going over a different debate? Okay.
Okay. Well, we could go ahead and clear the air up. And I'll go ahead and play a quick portion of the clip, and then let's see what you said is accurate. All right, cool. Let's see if you're being genuine or you're being disingenuous. All right, cool. Let me go ahead and bring this up and share my screen. And if you're not okay with this, I won't do it because I'm not that type of guy. I don't want to set you up in any booby traps, but you've already gave your rebuttal to it. So let's just pull it up and see if what you're saying is accurate. Cool? Cool. All right.
Okay.
1 second. All right. Do this here. Chat, let me know if y'all could hear this. Actually, let me go ahead and do this. Yeah, I'll make it like that. See if the volume is on this. Okay, the volume is on. All right, let me go ahead and play this. This is directly from YouTube. I think the portion is...
I'm watching Andrew's video? All right.
Okay. Well, no, this is a reaction channel called the Poor Man's Podcast. Shout out to the Poor Man's Podcast. He did a reaction to it, and this was recent in my history because I did watch some of it, but I didn't watch all of it. It's going to play right after. It's going to get into it right after.
Answer the question.
I'm not going to answer the question.
Because then I can't say some people.
I'm not going to answer whether women enjoy being...
That's not what I asked you.
Whether a woman has enjoyed being...
If there's ever been one. Do you think there's ever been one?
I'm not answering.
You don't think there has been?
I don't know, and I'm not going to answer.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to answer.
Because
this is a weird thing. This is such a weird thing to get on.
What's wrong with answering the question?
Because I'm not going to contribute to rhetoric that tries to say that there is anything good about SA.
Who said there's anything good about it?
You just said that some women orgasm, therefore that is a good of it.
No.
Oh, bro. So Oliver, right here, you still don't understand that Andrew Wilson was doing an internal critique. You understand that, right? So in the debate...
Yeah, he calls it an internal critique.
In the debate, you still made an assumption that he was saying that it's okay for men to go ahead and, want SA of women if they find any pleasure.
A good of it.
A good of it.
No, a good of it. A good of it. A redeeming quality of SA is orgasm.
Okay. So he wasn't saying that.
That was the example.
Time out. Do you know that he wasn't saying that himself?
But hold on. In order for that, let me explain. In order for the hypothetical to make sense, it would have to be a good of it, because my claim was the comparison he was trying to make was to premarital sex. So my claim was, hey, some women enjoy having premarital sex, and because they enjoy it, because that sort of thing. And Andrew's claim was, well, some women enjoy being SA'd in order for that to map on, and because of that, part of it is
but listen,
they would
stop
enjoy being
it,
SA'd because
Oliver.
of orgasm.
When he's saying, but some women enjoy, because remember, he's speaking about the pleasure. He's speaking about the enjoy factor of it, right? He was asking you. He wasn't insinuating this himself. You know that, right?
He was insinuating that
under his worldview,
that orgasm is pleasure.
Under his worldview,
orgasm is pleasure.
Oliver,
in that
stop it.
And it's not. It's not pleasurable.
Okay, got you. Under his worldview, he doesn't believe this to be true. Do you know that that's correct, right?
Not evident when he makes a comparison to it, and
he was making the comparison to critique your worldview.
But wait, orgasm is not pleasurable in SA. It makes it worse, actually.
You know that you still don't get it. Ah, man. Let's just play it along more, and then we'll get to the part where what you clipped up, because I do believe that it was disingenuous.
Running an internal critique.
Okay.
And saying if it is the case of X, then Y.
So let's just bring it back. He even explains to you what he's doing.
If it is the case of X, then Y.
Oliver, listen.
If it is the case that Oh my God, is this not a
I know, but
conversation back and forth? At some point, we should
we'll
move on from this
we'll
because it's
move
not going to
on.
go anywhere, and I'm going to
We'll
continue to
move
tell
on
you the
right
same
after
thing
this, man.
over and over and over.
Andrew is a good friend of mine, and you said that you not apologizing.
Okay.
And you put out a clip to clip farm to make him up to look really bad, to make it seem that he supports women being S8 as long as they feel pleasure.
No. Nope.
Yeah,
No. That's not it. Nope.
You even insinuated it here,
Oliver.
Listen.
Quality.
All right, so
No.
that's what we're gonna do.
Redeeming
We're gonna play it all the way through,
Oh my
and then
God.
I'm gonna have you give your rebuttal.
Okay.
Let's just bring it back so people get the context.
But because then I can't say some people.
I'm not going to answer whether women enjoy being.
That's not what I asked you.
Whether a woman has enjoyed being.
If there's ever been one, do you think
A
there's
woman
ever
has
been
enjoyed.
one?
If there's ever been one, I'm not answering.
You don't think there has been?
I don't know, and I'm not going to answer.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to. This is a weird thing. What do you? This is such a weird thing.
What's wrong with answering the question?
Because I'm not going to contribute to rhetoric that tries to say that there is anything good about SA.
Who said there's anything good about it?
You just said that some women orgasm.
He did. No, he didn't. He's critiquing your worldview. Let's finish on Oliver. Just stop. Let's just finish it.
You can see.
Just let's finish
some women.
Or
that is a
no,
good of it.
No.
Oh,
I was running an internal critique and saying if it is the case of X, then Y. That's not me advocating for that position. Don't lie.
See, Andrew, you got to be careful.
If it is the case that some
careful.
women. Wait a second. No. Can you
pause
pause
it?
it? He's saying if it is the case that X, then Y. In order for this to follow, if it is the case that some women orgasm or one woman orgasms and then, during SA, and that means she enjoyed it, then that. I'm disputing the first part of that orgasm is a reason why a woman would enjoy being SA'd. Women do not enjoy being SA. It's literally part of SA. It makes it worse, actually, because if the body is incongruous with what,
Got
what
you,
the
Oliver.
mind
Let's finish
wants,
the clip.
it can make it even worse because it can make it
That's
seem
not
like
the that's not the dispute here. The dispute is that you clipped up Andrew Wilson to be very disingenuous, and that's the point we're gonna get. So let's just finish the clip, and then we'll get things done here.
When we move into this, right? Here's what I'm saying to you. And I'll ask this question again. Do you think that there's been at least one woman who's ever existed that was SA'd and liked it?
I don't know.
That's a clip. That's a good.
I don't know. I'm not going to answer that question, Andrew.
Because then I could say. Then I could say, well, why make the prescription shouldn't SA?
No.
Because some people don't like it.
No.
Yeah. At that point, I began mocking him for his absurd logic.
Okay.
You see, Oliver dishonestly cut a video.
Would you deposit, or are we going to just have Andrew Wilson on the podcast
for his dishonest tactics, which led to this absurd conclusion? Now, far be it for me to point out how awful Oliver's logic is, and that he could end up accidentally categorizing people who are on the receiving end of this horrible experience and marginalize them by saying only some people don't like it.
That was the point. It was an internal critique because you kept saying only some. Even in this debate, you kept using the word some. Like, why? It's funny because
that would mean that SA
Oliver,
has to be good for women. That means it has to be good for one woman, and I dispute that. It's not good for one woman.
Stop it, Oliver. Once again, the clip that you made was disingenuous, and we're going to bring up that clip now. It's on your Instagram, right? So I just wanted you to hear that, the full thing.
Sure.
That's the full context of it. Now watch what you clipped up.
Time
out. That's the full context of it. Now we're going to get into what you actually clipped up.
I love this debate about feminism.
I mean, it is still about feminism, but we're just getting through the chat.
Frustration.
Bro, people sending in $20, $5, $10. They're sending in all of this cash to speak about it. So why not? And you already agreed to it. So why not? Why? You might as well go through it. I mean, you already lost this debate. It was a blowout, man.
Yeah, okay, definitely. Okay.
Give me 1 second here. I'm just pulling up your. Let me stop sharing this. Bring us back up, and I'm going to play your response from Instagram. I'm not playing anything else. And you tell me if your response wasn't disingenuous. I believe that it was, and it seems like the chat believed that it was as well too. But
your chat on your channel agrees with you? What a shock! I can tell you my chat on my channel agrees with me. So whoa, what are we gonna do?
Okay, let's see here. Which I think is this one. 6 hours bullet down. Which one is it on your? Actually, let me just pull up your main Instagram. You tell me which one it is. All right, here's your IG, bro. Which one? Which video?
Dang, you're not following me, man. What the hell? No, I'm kidding. Scroll down. Keep going. If you want to watch it.
Down more?
Yeah, I think it's further down. Yeah, the one on the right.
This one. Right? Yep. Okay, because if she orgasms during SA, it's fine. This is what you're insinuating, that Andrew Wilson believes that because the woman orgasms, it's fine. You still believe that?
It's a redeeming quality of it. It's a redeeming quality of it. It can be fine. It can be fine.
Okay.
Absolutely. That was what he would that was the
that's what you believe.
Because orgasm can be a good thing. Okay, then you can disagree with
so
what I
you believe,
but that was the line of question.
Stop it there. You believe that Andrew Wilson thinks that because chicks can orgasm, it must be fine. So if chicks are SA'd, then some of the girls that get SA'd, if they orgasm, is fine.
If they orgasm,
you believe that's true in Andrew Wilson's worldview.
If they orgasm,
you believe that's true in Andrew Wilson's worldview.
That was
stop it. He was doing an internal critique, bro. Let's go ahead and play how crazy you made him look.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, after we play this.
Okay, dude. Yeah, I guess you could make the case that grape is bad for certain people.
No.
For certain people.
No, it's bad for everyone.
No, it's only bad for certain people. Here, there's women, you agree, who have orgasmed during SA.
That has nothing to do with whether it's SA.
Bro.
That has nothing to do with whether it's SA. Are you kidding me?
Bro, I didn't say whether or not it's SA. I said during SA.
What does it have to do with anything?
Well, bro,
if that's...
So, once again, he's doing an internal... Bro, never mind. So, you just don't...
Just because you're doing an internal critique.
I don't think you actually get it. And even in our discussion, you didn't get it either. So... At the end of the day, Oliver, any final words? You don't want to apologize to Andrew Wilson for making that clip and making him look bad?
No, I'm not going to. Here's why I'm not going to apologize. And there have been two specific instances that I can think of right now where Andrew has actually tried to justify SA, and I will name them right now.
Wait. We ain't even got to speak about any of that. We ain't even got to speak about any of that. My question for you was very simple.
You could accuse me of being disingenuous.
No, my question for you was very simple. We're speaking about what you said in what you posted, because you posted the tail end.
I can't say what. I can't say what Andrew said.
You didn't post the beginning where Andrew Wilson said he's doing an internal critique. You posted the end of it where he even explained that he's making fun of you because of your absurd claims.
Well, no, we're already. Oh,
yes.
Sure. And I can't say things now. Okay.
No, it's going to be the same way. You could clip stuff up on this podcast.
Andrew, no. Andrew, hold on. You can do it. Andrew, and this is very blatant. Andrew has justified SA in particular situations.
No, we're speaking about in this situation.
Hold on.
In this situation.
Oh my God.
In this situation. No, we're speaking about in this situation, bro.
I'm going to keep talking. If there was
we're speaking about in this situation.
To inform this. Yeah,
he
why I didn't give so much grace. Can I explain? You won't even let me talk.
He never said that if a woman gets pleasure out of SA, then it's good.
Okay. Yep.
But in your caption, you even put that there. So that's disingenuous. But you're not conceding.
Can I keep talking? Can I?
But you're not conceding that you were It was disingenuous, bro.
I wasn't. Here we go. Can I explain? Can I talk now?
You're speaking
specific instances where Andrew has
else rather than what we're speaking about.
Can I talk? Because it.
Why?
Oh yeah, of course. Because other examples can't show that there is a likelihood
you
to be
posted something to make it seem that in that video,
can I talk?
Listen, in that specific video, what you posted.
Yeah, you don't want me to say this right now.
We're speaking about in the video that you posted.
Yeah, we're talking about me, not Andrew.
This is what the chat won. We just getting through the chats, bro. And you said that you cool with it.
Yeah, you have to do what the
we didn't have to do this. You said that you wanted to do this.
Can I?
Did you say that you wanted to do this or not?
Can I talk? Oh my God.
Did you agree to going through this or not?
Brought it up.
You said no. I just brought it up.
No, not explicitly. You kind of did just bring it up.
Wait, you didn't give consent?
I didn't give a shit. Can I talk?
Even before I brought it up, I said we don't.
I don't give a shit.
Yo, Oliver, before I started the video, I said we don't have to do this because you are on my platform. But since the chat wants it, we're going to go ahead and do this. But now you're trying to extract consent. You're trying to extract consent. And it's funny.
Wait, revoke consent? Wait, revoke. Do you think consent can be revoked? I'm just wondering. Do you think it can be revoked?
Well, Oliver, didn't you do something in your personal life and you sent naked pictures to a girl?
Are we really?
And you even said in your little thing that, well, she extracted consent. You even insinuated that, well, I thought that she gave consent to send the pictures. Isn't that what you said?
All right, you're going to attack me? We're going to attack me personally?
No, this is not attacking the personal. This is attacking what's out.
Yes,
you brung this up. You brung this up, Oliver.
No,
Oliver,
you brought it up.
This is in the public sphere. You brung this up, Oliver. No, you brung it up. So it's funny how, so you don't believe that women can extract consent?
No, I absolutely do.
Oh, so you do. Okay. So then when we were having this discussion right now, I asked you, hey man, we don't have to speak about this. I said, bro, we don't got to speak on it. It's me and you debating. We could just move on. You said, it's fine.
So
you gave consent, but now you're extracting consent. You gave consent to play the clips and talk about the Andrew Wilson thing, but now you're extracting consent.
Okay.
You can't do that, You can't do that, Oliver. Just like that little girl, that 15-year-old, she couldn't extract consent from you. Okay. That would be true, right? That would be true. Would that be true, Oliver?
No.
That's logically consistent. No. Can you be logically consistent, bro?
No, it's not.
So why did you just try to extract consent from me?
Someone can also, because someone can also not have the same opinions they had when they were younger. Okay, you're trying to hold me to standards from the past.
No, we're speaking about the consent factor.
I'm done with this.
We're speaking about the consent factor, Oliver. Don't run, Oliver. Don't rage quit, bro. Don't rage quit. Don't rage quit, bro. This is a debate. We're still having a debate, and we're speaking about consent. And one aspect of it,
You're not going to let me talk about the other stuff, so now you got to paint me as the bad guy, so I can't say what I was going to say.
Who's painting you as bad guy, bro? You are extracting consent, and I'm trying to tell you that you consented to this. You consented to this critique about you and Andrew Wilson's debate. And now, since we're going through it, you're trying to extract consent.
No, can I talk?
But when that little girl that was 15 years old and you sent new pictures to it, you said that, she consented to it. But she was trying to extract consent.
Okay.
That's what you said.
17. Okay. All right. I'm not.
We're speaking about consent. Consent is the same way you view consent now will be the same way you view consent back then, right?
Oh, really? Can someone have different views about something between the ages of 17 and 22? Can someone make mistakes?
No, in regards to consent.
Can someone have...
You don't believe... Oliver, no, listen. You don't believe that people can extract consent.
No,
so now
I don't,
you do believe that women... Now you... Wait, time out. Now you do believe that women can extract consent.
Of course they can. Either we're moving on or I'm leaving. Which one?
You said of course they can.
Either we're moving on. Of course they can.
Wait, time out, Oliver. You said of course they can.
We're moving. Are we?
No, we're not moving on right here.
Are we gonna move on?
We gotta move on after we finish this.
No,
we're gonna move on after we finish this topic because now you're trying to paint me as the bad guy. Like, I didn't give consent to this. What about that little chick that said, I didn't give consent to you sending me your wang pic?
I am done.
What about that, Oliver? What about that? Just answer the question. This guy ran. This guy ran. Oh, man, it is what it is. We do it live. And the funny thing is, Oliver was disingenuous the entire time during our debate. I would give definitions. He would disagree to my definition. Later on in the discussion, when I get him cornered, he would then agree to my definition. He also would add things later on. He would make concessions about certain things like, yes. He would answer my questions, yes. Then he'll say, wait, well, no, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean yes. Well, Oliver, you can't do that. You can't do that, Oliver. And then, chat, I was not going to review the clip of Andrew Wilson and his little, debacle of what they got into on the whatever podcast. I wasn't going to do that. But the chat brung it up. It wasn't my intent. It wasn't my intent. Even in the beginning of the podcast, before the podcast aired, me and Oliver had a discussion. I said, bro, I have a chat and I read the super chats. The regular chats, I don't read, but I do read the super chats. Are you okay if I read the super chats during the debate, like at moments where there's downtime? And some of these super chats could make, personal attacks on me or you, but I'll still go ahead and read it. He said, yeah, as long as it has to do with like what we're speaking about, or like if they're just saying like, oh, you're dumb, oh, you're this, then I won't give a rebuttal to it. But as long as they're making a response in regards to, as long as they're making a comment in regards to the discussion or in regards to me personally, I would. This is what he said before the podcast. Then when this super chat came up, shout out to FB. Shout out to FB. Because really, FB, it wasn't me. I wasn't going to go down this rabbit hole at all. But he was okay with it. So then I go ahead and I say, yo, well, there's a lot of people in the chat right now talking about the Andrew Wilson thing and how you clipped Farm and you made him out to say something that he really didn't say, where he was really just doing an internal critique and giving some certain hypotheticals to test your logic and to test your inconsistencies, but then to also make little jabs and make fun at you. And then we play the clip. It was perfectly clear. And once again, before we played the clip, I said, bro, are you okay with us playing the clip? I asked him twice. He said, yeah. Right before I got the clip, or right before I played it, I said, listen, we don't have to do this, bro. If you let me know now that you don't want me to play it, I won't play it. He says, sure, man, go ahead. I played it and it made him run away. It made him run away. Because as we played the clip, you see that he contradicted himself and you see that he was very disingenuous. The clip that he made of Andrew Wilson was Andrew Wilson giving the internal critique, talking about his worldview, not Andrew Wilson talking about his own worldview, right? So then even on his caption, he said that, it's up right here. What did the caption say? Even on his caption, it says, because if she orgasmed during SA, it's fine. No, Andrew Wilson, that's what you're insinuating that Andrew Wilson is saying, but he wasn't saying that. He was doing an internal critique on you, my friend. So very disingenuous. So then he got proven wrong on that. He got proven wrong on the fact that he was disingenuous and he didn't want to apologize. And you know what? I don't really care if people apologize. I'm friends with Andrew Wilson. And the thing is, why I asked him for an apology, because that's what the left like to do. The left wants you to apologize. The left wants to like pin you down and want you to apologize when you do something that they deem is bad. So I just played the same strategy that the left and the feminists usually play. I said, well, I mean, this seems to be very disingenuous. Do you apologize? And he doubled down and said no. So it's ironic there. The reason why he left, and we'll get to that now, because he started to complain as we played the Andrew Wilson clip. He started to complain and say, oh, I didn't give consent to this. Can we just move on? Like, bro, like, why are you playing this clip about Andrew? He started to complain about it. And I'm like, wait. Are you extracting consent when you already gave consent? He says, well, people can extract consent. I said, well, why when you did a reaction video, not when he was 17 years old. This reaction video that he did wasn't when he was 17 years old. This reaction video to the whole essay, to the whole him exposing himself to this little girl was recent, right? And even in his recent thing, he said, well, I think that, I thought nothing was wrong with it because she was sending me pictures. So I sent the picture back. She never gave consent, but I thought that the consent was insinuated. So I don't think someone can extract consent after they give it. He said this in one of his clips. It was actually part of it was in the clip that we were watching on a Poor Man's podcast. He said that. So then I said, well, wait, bro, you don't believe in extracting consent. You don't think that I seen a whole video of you say it because you were talking about the situation when that little 15-year-old extracted consent of you sending her new pictures. He says, oh, yeah. She did extract consent in his whole video. This wasn't when he was 17 when he made this video. He just made this video like this year. So then he goes on to extract consent out of me, extract consent from me playing the video that we just played, even though he just gave me consent to go over the Andrew Wilson debate. This is why I called him in that, and I brung it to him. I exposed his lies and his logic and his fault, terrible logic and inconsistencies in his thinking that is very tangential and it isn't linear. And when I pointed that out, he wanted to run. So that's why he ran, man. And yeah. But anyways, y'all know me, man. I've been freaking streaming for 3 hours. I'm tired. I don't know how they do 5 hours on whatever debates, but god dang, 5 hours is crazy. 3 hours, that's all I pretty much needed. And he ran anyway. He lost all of the debates. But let's just finish the super chats and let's see what y'all saying, man. Let's see what y'all saying. Bring up Jake Rattlesnake. Is Jake in here? I'll bring up Jake. I don't see. Is Jake in the chat? Let me see if Jake in the chat. Hold up. I'm streaming. Oh yeah, yo, Jake, I got you, bro. I see you hit me on X. Let me go ahead and get this link for you. I'll bring you on up. One second. Okay, let's do it this way. And I appreciate all the support, man. We got a lot of super chats in right now, so I'm gonna get to all y'all super chats. And a crazy thing, the debating strategy today, man, was very simple. Once he agreed to a few things, before a nation starts, a relationship starts. So we don't even have to really speak it on a societal level. It's because it's like, well, before a nation starts, a relationship starts, and in order for the relationship to be good, the relationship has to be good, right? Yeah, that's what has to happen. He agreed to all of this, and then I just walked him down the path of, just the consistency on, well, we need to have good relationships, so why would you promote promiscuity? Then he says promiscuity isn't good. So then he says he doesn't want to have a meta-ethic debate. He kept running from it. It's like, come on, bro, because he says that he's not a utilitarianist, but he is. He's not a harm reductionist, but he is, because he's using the harm reductionist theories to, try to prove certain points. It was just, homie was all over the place. Then we would have discussions, and I'm speaking in general. And I'm making a description. And then he starts to insinuate that I'm making prescriptions. Like, no, bro, I'm making a description. I'm not making a prescription on how things should be. You keep speaking on how things should be. I'm speaking on how things is. All right, so Jake, I just sending it to you now, the link. Oh man, this is funny. Oh, wait a second. Oh, you know what? Nah, that link ain't gonna work. Gotta give him this link. We do a live chat. 1 second. Try to get Jake in here. All right, Jake, I just hit you up on X. I sent you the link to go ahead and join the stream. Go ahead and join the stream if you want. Yeah. And anyone that's tuning into Jake right now, I know he's live. If you can go ahead and let Jake know, send him like a super chat or kind of go ahead into his chat and let him know that I sent him the link to join the stream on X, and I'll go ahead and bring him on up. All right. Got it. Yo, what's going on, man?
Hey, I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You can't hear me?
I can't hear you.
I can hear.
I know what it is.
Okay. Go out and come back in. I just wrote your chat. Yeah, go out and come back in. I'm going to go ahead and let you out. There you go. Comes back in. I guess he was some audio issues on his end. He couldn't hear me. But okay. All right. Well, while Jake is coming back in and fixing his audio, let's go ahead and get to the super chats. All right. We got... Appreciate all the support, too. Shout out to y'all, man.
No Fugazee.
We got Juan Martinez. He gifted 10 No Fugazi memberships. Shout out to you, Juan. I appreciate that. All of the people that was gifted a No Fugazi membership, just make sure, after the 30 days, you renew at the 30-day mark, you go ahead and renew your super chat. Okay, we got Intel Wild sends him $5. Ask Oliver if he exposed himself to minors without their consent. God dang! So I didn't even see that. Y'all was already gonna ask him these questions anyway. That's crazy. We got FB sends in $10. Kudos to Cooley. Yeah, man, it was an obliteration, but not even like when you debate people like this, man. They like it's very feminine behavior to not stand 10 toes down on things. He kept moving a goalpost and changing definitions. And when he would agree to things, then he would say that he doesn't agree. He would just lie, bro. It's like, what's going on, man? Intel Wild sends him $5. He says, Oliver, you need to apologize to Andrew and Jim Bob. Also, will you take a test to show your testosterone results? That's wild. They want to see your T results. We got, let's see here. We got Corey sends him $5. Ask him, why do single fathers do better than single mothers statistically? Bro, we didn't even get to that. I was about to get to all of that. But the reason why I didn't get to those things is because he would disagree on certain things that's common sense. It's like, bro, if we would have got to that, he would have been like, well, I don't agree on those data points, because like it can be certain things where, if the single mother would do better if, she had this situation and she was, had more money. But, most single mothers, they're not really financially there. So they, that's why the kids do better. He would have moved the goalpost to something else, bro. He's just disingenuous. He's just disingenuous. Red Fox is a $5. Appreciate the support, Red Fox. He says, let Rattlesnake call in. Yeah, I'm trying to get Jake back in. I gave him the link. Jake, if you're watching, bro, just come right back in. Sometimes it's like that when people come in, they can't hear me. So just come right back into the stream and I'll let you on up. We got Intel Wild sends in $5. You said the same thing again? Okay. No, it's something different. Oliver, you need to apologize to Andrew and Jim Bob and stop exposing yourself to minors without their consent. We got Najee Mitchell sends in $20. Cooley, I rock with you and your principles, but this Oliver dude is literally a snake. Can't form one coherent argument, and he presents as feminine, but we appreciate you platforming him in his ridiculous worldview. Yeah, man, we gotta expose these people. We got Miss Di sends in $8. I appreciate the support. Cooley, Jake Rattlesnake is in chat. We deserve answers. Yeah, hopefully, Jake, come back up, man. I want to bring you on up. We got Naj Mitchell sends in $20. He says, Andrew said it. Okay, Andrew said, let me see. Andrew said, is it possible any woman has ever enjoyed essay as a critique of Oliver's worldview? True. It's called a hypothetical, and he didn't say some women, Oliver, is lying. You already knew Oliver was lying, bro, because he was lying all day on my debate. Andrew said, is it possible any woman has ever enjoyed it? That is true. And I played the clip, and that's what Andrew did say. And even when Oliver in that clip, the full clip, even when Oliver tried to insinuate that Andrew was saying something that he did not say, Andrew Wilson corrected him and said, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm doing an internal critique. So it's like, and then he didn't want to, it was crazy, bro. He doubled down. That's what he did. We got Red Foxes and $5. I will drop $100 super chat if you let Jake Rattlesnake call in. I did let him in, but hopefully he comes back in. We got Jess Gerald says in $10. Ollie boy is what happens when you combine feminism with a weak father. It be like that. We got Wick Kid Dreams says in $5. This is the biggest W in your book, Cooley. Keep it up. I mean, bro, like, let's be honest here. Let's be honest here with everything, chat. So when I bring on these, this isn't the only male feminists that I brung up. I've demolished many male feminists. If you just look at my debate, one of my most viewed videos is me destroying a male feminist. That's one of my most viewed videos. Not the girl show, not this. Is one of my most viewed videos is me demolishing a male feminist. Male feminists are easy to destroy, just like chicks is easily, they can easily be destroyed in their worldview, especially when we're doing these dating podcasts and we're speaking about male and female intersexual dynamics. Is that easy? How I destroy these women talking about male and female intersexual dynamics, I do the same when I speak to these male feminists because they don't adhere to any reality at all. Homie, like, how can you be a male feminist where feminism has to appeal to males in order to appeal to men for their rights? So men are the oppressor and women are oppressed, but women appeal to men to get their rights. Like, it's just so dumb, bro. So dumb. And go back and watch my opening because my opening from my opening, bro, I literally destroyed him. From my opening. I ain't even give a closing. Okay, let's get some more super chats. We got Crimson King says in $10. Hey, bring up Jake Rattlesnake. Yo, tell Jake to come back in because he came back in. He had like bad audio. So then he went out. So just tell him to come back. Well, he came in, but he couldn't hear me. So just tell him to come back in. It's probably just a minor glitch. We got Red Fox sends in $100. Appreciate it. Shout out to you, bro.
No Fugazee.
He says, from the Crucible crew, I salute you, Cooley. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. And it isn't like, bro, it's like this, man. There's people that I respect. And you guys know the people that I respect in this game. There's just people that I respect. And there's a reason why I respect certain people. And there's a reason why people respect me. You see that me and Marquette, we got the Commission podcast. There's a mutual respect there. We're friends. We have, common interest, and we see the world to a degree in the same way, which is reality. We see the world in its real form, its pure form. And a gentleman like Andrew Wilson and the Crucible crew, me and Andrew Wilson, when we first met was, let me just give you some backstory. So I met Andrew Wilson, this was in Vegas, the same time I met Marquette. I met Andrew Wilson in Vegas, and we was on the Access Vegas show. Shout out to Rollo Tomasi and Michael Sartain. Those are my guys. We met there. Most people would think, and I knew Andrew Wilson. I don't think he knew of me. Maybe he did know of me. But I've already was watching debates, and I was doing debates myself. So I knew of him, and I was like, he's good. He's a logician. He's going to get somewhere. And even when we had that discussion, it wasn't even a debate that me and Andrew Wilson had, but I knew where he was going. He was going in a place where I was like, I like the way you're thinking with this. So it was just, we had some mutual understanding on stuff. Then we met again at DebateCon. I'm not sure which DebateCon that was. We chopped it up. Great guy, a lot of hospitality. So not even just within the worldview that we agree on, we're both, I would say, we have the same faith, I would say, to a degree, as far as being Christian. He's, I believe, Orthodox or whatever. I'm just very simple at it. I'm like, I believe that Jesus is the way. As far as, the practices on his specific religion, I have no disagreements within the practices and stuff like that. Totally fine with me. But as far as me, I'm very simple. I believe in Jesus Christ. But with that being said, you click with individuals based off of worldviews because people are genuine. There's a mutual respect, and you build up some, not like a friendship, like we're talking every day and hanging out, but you built up a business friendship with people. And I think that's what we built. So when I seen the clips, slippery, snaky Oliver, I'm like, dang, I would do the same thing if it was Marquette. Same thing if it was Marquette. I'll be like, wait, time out, man. Let's go ahead and bring this up because what's going on? But in Oliver's situation, I actually asked him, we don't got to bring it up if you don't want, or we can bring it up. Because I already knew about him trying to make Andrew Wilson look crazy. But I actually asked Oliver, and he gave consent to talk about it. When we spoke about it, he tried to extract consent. And this is when he rage quit, because I brought up the fact that, what about that 15-year-old girl that you said she extracted consent of you sending them pics? That ripped him. All right. From the Crucible crew, I salute you, Cooley. Shout out to you, Red Fox. I appreciate the support. Glenn Lawrence presents sends in $10. Yo, homie, good job. You have patience I don't have. The type of patience to do with that level of stupidity. Yeah, man, I was patient. And it's like, I would like to do an in-person debate. Yo, what I want y'all to do is reach out to whatever podcast. Try to get me on whatever podcast. If y'all go ahead and spam them and ask for Cooley, try to get me on whatever podcast, because an in-person debate, it will go much better than, a debate like this where we don't have a moderator and it's through stream. So then I could really attack him on what I was attacking him on, the what and the why. Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob, they ain't give him any grace. They fully ripped him. But they never attacked him on a why he's saying these things. What's in your mental of why you're saying these things? The part about what me and Marquette, we agree on a whole lot. We agree that, bro, these whole ad hominem things, that's neither here or there, because there's a time and a place for it, and there's a time and a place where no one cares about ad hominems all of a sudden, like in political debates. But then when you're doing an online debate on YouTube, now you care about ad hominems. Well, yeah, it depends on, what we're speaking about. If you're just attacking someone's, character and saying, well, they're dumb, they're stupid, that's a different type of ad hominem. But if you're going to the why, if you're trying to peel back the layer on why they're saying something, based on the person that's interpreting you asking them why, they would be like, well, why are you, this is an ad hominem. Like, why are you using ad hominems on me? No, I'm just asking you questions on the why. But you internalize it because you're sensitive, so you think I'm attacking you. It actually makes logical sense to attack the why, because you're actually attacking their argument, because influence creates thinking, thinking creates behavior. So if their argument is based off of what they are thinking, you want to know why they're thinking what they're thinking, which is attacking the argument. And he couldn't understand that during the debate. But I barely attacked the why, but I did. You saying that's why he rage quit, because I was attacking that why. We got Glenn Lawrence presents, he sends in $5. He says, okay, no, let me get to Juan Rivera. He sends in $5. Oliver exposed himself to a minor who didn't want it, but claims big age gaps are predatory. Make it make sense. You packed him the F up. Yeah, it was easy work. We got Glenn Lawrence sends in $5 again. He says, I couldn't do an in-person debate with calling 1-800-SLAP a hoe at least once. And the difference is, when an in-person debate, it's much different, bro. And y'all seen, I had an in-person debate with the gentleman, what was his? The other male feminist, Yada. Destroyed him. He was making ad hominems. I made some back, but I just attacked his points. He answered none of my questions. It was just silly. And he's literally like 5'2" or under that. Like, he was acting one way prior to us going live. Then once we went live, he started acting another way. But then right after the live, he started acting another way. So the truth is, when we do these in-person debates, males know that there's a degree of a physical altercation. So they know what they can get away with. So prior to debates, they'll act like they're your friend. Oh yeah, bro, everything is good. This and this and this. During the debate, they would talk greasy. After the debate, they would say, oh yeah, man, yeah, everything is just cool. The difference between me and those other dudes, the same energy I give you prior to the debate and after the debate, is the same energy I give you during the debate. In person. So if I'm coming at you crazy in person, I'm coming at you crazy before and after debate. All the smoke is up. All the smoke is up. These dudes be soft out here. All right, I think that was all the super chats. Jake, I guess he's not returning, but let him know I'll still be streaming for a little bit more. Let me see what we got here so far. Any other super chats? Any questions for me, man? Send in your questions, comments, and concerns. Also, go ahead and get the likes up. Do this for me now. Don't be a ninja watcher. Get the likes up. Don't be a ninja watcher. Man, it's crazy how Oliver done ran off, though. Dang, Oliver. I know you're going to watch this back, Oliver. Why did you run? Why did you run? You've talked about this stuff. You've given consent to me bringing up the stream with you and Andrew Wilson. You gave consent. You tried to extract consent. You spoke about your personal life with, you doing weird stuff with 15-year-olds. This is the stuff that you spoke about. So why is it not okay for us to speak about it now? It's literally on your TikTok. You spoke about these things. But now all of a sudden, when I point out that you're not being logically consistent about that 15-year-old girl extracting consent, but now you want to extract consent. Then he says, well, someone can't change their views. Oliver, you made that video when you weren't 17 talking about that the woman extracted consent. What you talking about? And I should play it so the audience can see. You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and play it so y'all can see. Because some people may not know what I'm speaking about. So let's go ahead and bring it up. Let you know why he ran. Since the why is important. The what and the why is important. All right, cool. Let's go. Let's go here. Let's go here. 1 second, chat. Bring it up for you.
In a significant sexual controversy.
Oh,
the main allegation
Ollie
you probably heard
boy.
is that I exposed myself to an underage girl without her consent. Now, it is indeed true that I exposed myself to a 15-year-old girl over FaceTime when I was 17.
So look, this is a video that he made when he was not 17. And if I play I could probably find a full thing, but I'll just elaborate a little bit. In the full video that you just seen, that little spot, he explains that I thought that the little girl gave me consent because she was sending nude pictures to me. And, with her sending me these nude pictures, and he said that I didn't ask for nude pictures, but she sent me nude pictures. So then he says, well, I sent nude pictures, but she didn't ask for them. But I thought that she gave consent because it insinuates that she gave consent because she was sending me nude pics. So I thought it was okay for me to send her nude pics. So in this, the little girl said, no, Oliver, I didn't give consent for you to expose yourself and send me these naked pictures of you. So then he's like, wait, in his reaction video, Oliver says, well, I thought that she was giving consent. So she can't just extract consent since she already gave consent. This is why he ran. I mapped on that since he said that you can't extract consent after giving consent, because when he gave consent to me to react to Andrew Wilson, to him trying to put Andrew Wilson in a bad light by his clip on Instagram and on TikTok, he said that, yes, it's okay to play this. After I play it, he gets all mad and he tries to extract consent and complain like, bro, why are you playing this? Let's just get back to the debate. I said, bro, you gave me consent. He says, well, I don't now. So you're extracting consent? Wait. Why are you doing the same thing that little girl did to you when you were 17? It wasn't okay when she did it. And you complained that it wasn't okay, that little girl extracting consent. But now it's okay for you to extract consent? And by me exposing that truth, he ran and he rage quit. This is why Oliver isn't on stream, chat. Because he's not logically consistent. And then he tries to lie and say, bro, I said I don't believe in extracting consent when I was 17, when I was younger. In that video, you weren't 17. You just said that you weren't 17 in that video. So that means that you're older. I believe you're 21, 22. You've had to do that video within the last year. So did your views just change within the last year? Or even within the last 2 years? You're still an adult, 20 years old? Come on, bro. Come on. And he says that, oh no, it is okay for women. Think about the things that he was saying that's so dangerous. He goes on to say that it is okay for women to extract consent, which then concedes that what the little girl did, that he was truly in the wrong. And what the little girl did by her extracting consent, he should actually experience some consequences because what he did was wrong. And it was actually okay for her to extract consent, because he's insinuating, not even insinuating, he said that it's okay for people to extract consent now. And think about how dangerous it is, because if you're with a chick, bro, take her out on dates, vibe is good. She kisses you, you kiss her, it's a vibe. Yeah, it leads down to sex. And then afterwards, and then y'all do it a few times. Y'all do it about 3 times. Then a week later, y'all do it 3 times in 1 week. The next week, she extracts consent from all 3 times. That would put men in prison, because if the woman doesn't give consent, that means that, well, this would be like grape, right? So like his worldview is just dumb. Like it's just stupid. It's evil. And he doesn't know because he's only 22 and he's been indoctrinated by the feminist movement. That's the reason why Oliver said the nonsensical things that he said is because he's a young man that's illogical, that doesn't have any experience, that can't think linear, that, can't use deductive problem solving. Let's just say this, bro. He's a young man that was indoctrinated by feminism, which is why he has the views that he has, which he's a prime example of why feminism is bad for society. That's my ending story. So the debate was about, is feminism bad for society? Is feminism good for society? He thinks that it's good for society. I think it's bad for society. And guess what? Oliver is the prime example why feminism is bad for society. He's the prime example of it. Prime example. Homie believes in extracting consent. So Oliver, should you be in jail because the chick didn't consent to you sending some nudes? Or not in jail, but should you experience some type of consequences, have to pay a fine, have to pay some type of damages to the girl and her family? Like, come on, bro. What's going on? Get the likes up for me. A like is literally free. Get the likes up now. It's free, bro. Likes is free. Don't cost you anything. You don't got to send in a super chat. Likes help push the content in the algorithm. Get the likes up for me. All right, man. Jake. Let me see if Jake is still live real quick on YouTube. Actually, let me check. Check X. Hey, sorry, bro. Not sure what happened there. Let's talk on stream soon. Okay, so I guess he's probably leaving stream. Yeah, Jake not live no more, so that's why he's not coming in. All right, well, this podcast was No Fugazi. Appreciate all of y'all for tuning in. The next show is going to be, so today's Sunday. The next show is going to be on Wednesday, the Commission podcast with myself and Marquette. And then I'll be bringing on another feminist. So another feminist is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be like some interview style, but and debate. Because I'm going to bring on this woman feminist where she has certain views about feminism. And she is for the promotion of feminism. I'm going to bring her on and ask her some questions in regards to her book that she wrote. And then from there, we're going to have a discussion. And it will turn into like a debate, but it won't be like today where it was like just attacking. Hopefully this woman is more, hopefully this woman is not as disingenuous as Oliver. And she's able to answer questions and, ask questions and do analogies that map onto what we're speaking about. Oliver had trouble doing all of that. And the thing is, I exposed each time he had trouble doing it. That was the one thing I was like, you know what? He likes the clip farm. So every time he tries to position his statement, because he rarely even makes arguments, Homie never made any arguments really. But anytime he tries to position the things that he says in a way where he's insinuating that I'm prescribing something when at certain times I'm just describing something, I pointed it out. I said, bro, don't do that because that's not what I'm doing. I'm talking about how things are, not how things is. Now, there were many times in the debate where I spoke about how things should be, how things, I was making certain prescriptions. And think about it. He didn't even attack any of the prescriptions. He would attack the descriptions and then say that, no, I'm not making that as a prescription. He would attack the description and flip it as if I'm making that a prescription. It was like debating a child, bro. Or not even a child. It was like debating someone that like has some mental disorder. Like they literally can't follow train of thought. That's why I had to keep repeating things like, bro, this 1 + 1 = 1 here, right? He would say, yeah, that equals 1. 2 + 2 = 2 here, right? Yeah, 2 + 2 = 2. So 4, 2 + 2 = 4, right? Yes, 2 + 2 = 4. 4 + 4 = 8, right? He'll be like, well, wait, the 2 + 2 didn't equal 4. The reason why he would do that, because he knows that the 4 + 4, if you just follow the logic, the 4 + 4 would equal 8, which would then concede, and he would lose this part of the discussion. So he would backtrack and say, well, yeah, no, 4 + 4, 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4 here. He never would say that he misspoke. He would say that, well, no, you misheard me. I'm like, bro, we could just play it back. We can rewind it. You've agreed to this. So it was actually very annoying. It was more annoying than the chicks that I have on a podcast. Not all the chicks, but they were definitely more annoying chicks that I had on the podcast. No, not more. He's probably equal with like the most annoying chick that I had on the podcast. He's probably like equal to it. All right. Let's see where we at. Okay, let's go ahead and wrap up, man. No more super chats. So tune in this Wednesday, the Commission Podcast, myself and Marquette. Tune in this Thursday, another like interview, but debate style, interview style, but in a debate, similar to how, you know what? I'm not going to give too much information. Y'all going to like it. You are going to enjoy the Thursday debate versus this feminist. And this feminist is actually more popular than him. But with this, you're going to enjoy this debate, the Thursday debate, much more than you enjoyed this debate. You're probably super annoyed at this debate, but the way I structure the Thursday debate, you guys are going to like it. You're going to like it because the way I'm going to structure it, you'll be able to get more genuine truth out of the guest on the podcast. With him, couldn't really get any genuine truth. He kept moving the goalposts and he was very flip-floppy. But anyways, oh no, I got more for you. Wait, it's not over. Got more announcements. I forgot. A big announcement. Here's a big one for you. I mean, big as far as my followers, right? But not big like on the scale of like big announcement, like, I'm gonna be on the news or like Fox News or something like I hit the lottery. Not nothing crazy big like that, but it's good news. So, as all of you supporters know, that what you see behind me is all new. You see the flag, you see the entire background, see different angles of me. Yes. Currently, the studio that I'm operating is my newest studio. My other studio is done with. I told you that I was getting rid of the other studio. I just fully got rid of the other studio. But you guys do know that I have the new studio that I've been working on. So still 2 studios. This studio, which is much bigger than the other one. I will invite people onto this studio too, but it's going to be like more interview styles, this studio. But my other studio, we are still doing the girl show. We're not getting rid of the girl show. We're just reducing the amount of times we do the girl show per month. But this Friday, we are doing the girl show in the new studio. And it is going to be a different setup. It's going to be more of a setup like an Access Vegas / Fresh and Fit / whatever podcast setting. Because where it's the table and chairs around. So it's going to be a little bit different. And we got a huge group of girls coming for this Friday, all confirmed. I have my recruiters book like 50 girls so we can make sure we have 6 show up this Friday. So this Friday, we are doing a girls panel and it's going to be at the new studio and it's going to be a different setting. Now, my setting is cool. The setting that I've always done my podcast is cool, where there's couches, and everyone sits on a couch, they're lounging, and you have a discussion. There is a difference between settings and how you engage in conversations, especially when it comes to females, and especially when it comes to debates and stuff. When you have a round table and you're sitting at that same table, people tend to react a little bit differently. People tend to engage a little bit differently, like the guests that you have on. So I'm assuming, my prediction is that the girl show with the new setting is going to be a lot more heated. Going to be a lot more heated. Because imagine me telling these hoes to them face that you a 304 and we right at the same table. At the other studio, I'm actually like not close to the chicks. And there's a distance and stuff like that. And we're not at the same table, right? And me speaking like that and calling them a whore, yeah, they still mad, but it's going to be much different when we're all at the same table. So I think you're going to get some different type of reactions than that from the women on the podcast that you haven't seen on No Fugazi since we switched up the setting at the new studio. So that's what's going to be different. So tune in this Wednesday, me and Marquette the Commission. Tune in this Thursday, another debate/interview with a woman feminist, and then tune in this Friday for a full panel girl show at the new studio. And the new studio is beautiful. It's beautiful. All right. And listen, chat, all the supporters, man, they thought they can stop No Fugazi. There's no stopping me, man. There's no stopping. They tried to shut me down many times, but there's no stopping No Fugazi. The content, the platform, the movement. Shout out to all the members that support the show. We still thriving and we still moving forward and pushing out good content, man. Other than that, enough of me talking. 4 hours. It just hit 4 hours. So I'm going. Hit the like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel before you leave, and click that bell icon before you go. Also, subscribe to the Clips channel as well. I did hire a few more new Clips people, so we are going to be posting a lot of clips on the Clips channel. So subscribe to the Clips channel. It's right in the YouTube description. Go ahead and do that for me before you go. Actually, you know what? Should I bring it up? No, y'all can find a Clips channel in the YouTube description. All right, man, I'm out. Enough talking. Peace.
No Fugazi.